That time I became a hot topic of conversation among S-rank beauties. Volume 1. By Kanatsu Wakioka. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Haruya Akasaki and the S-rank beauties. Alright, this should do. Early May. It was the final day of Golden Week. Haruya Akasaki was checking his appearance in the mirror before heading out. His hair casually styled with wax. Accessories from a minor yet popular brand. Clean-looking clothes mainly in white and black, not too flashy or plain. He moved his limbs and stretched his facial muscles, confirming nothing felt off. Posture good, expression good, clothes good. Finishing getting ready with a refreshing face, Haruya left home alone. Section. About a 10-minute walk from his solo apartment. Coming into Haruya's view was a large commercial facility. He had products he was aiming for today, so that was his destination. As the tall building drew nearer, Haruya realized his pace was slowing. It's crowded today. Being a holiday, and the final day of Golden Week at that, it was no wonder many people were utilizing the large commercial facility. So the majority of this crowd were probably fellow customers like himself. Yes, that's what Haruya deduced. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, he couldn't help wryly smiling. Glancing at the people ahead of him, Haruya changed direction. Guess I should take the back route. Veering onto a side road, he switched direction toward a sparsely trafficked alley. A short while ago he had discovered this less crowded alley when heading to the large commercial facility. Haruki dubbed it the back route. He carefully advanced down the narrow, dim back route. Perhaps because he still wasn't used to it, his body didn't accommodate the unique stillness of this road. Restless and unconsciously tense-faced, he realized. Amidst his heavy footsteps going through the alley, nearing the exit, Haruya sensed an ominous atmosphere. Come on, you should totally model, really. No thank you but. Ahead of him, a young woman near his age persistently accosting another young woman caught Haruya's eye. Observing them from afar, he watched the scene with interest. Model scout? No, he's too pushy for that. Some new pickup tactic. Seeing a situation he'd only seen in manga, Haruya was inwardly thrilled. In his 16 years of life, this was the first time he'd witnessed a woman getting picked up. No need to say that. Look, just hear me out at a cafe nearby. Then you'll change your mind. I'm not interested, so. That's why. Even from the side it was clear the man was persistently imposing on the woman. At this rate, Haruya didn't feel there was any chance of the man backing down. While the intent was unclear, whether a scout or not, Haruya could understand the man's feelings. That girl is very high-level her. The girl in Haruya's vision was undoubtedly a beauty. Around Haruya's age of 16 or 17 he guessed. Her lustrous hair seemed to shine even in this dim alley, retaining some youthfulness, yet her features certainly exuded sensuality, evidenced by her ample bust discernible even through her clothes. But still, Haruya tilted his head. Feels like I've seen her before. The more he gazed at her, the stronger Haruya's sense of déjà vu grew. He wanted to grasp the identity of that discomfort, but unfortunately that wasn't the current situation. Haruya shook his head and walked toward them. It seemed he had decided to intervene. Well, no way I could just pass by this scene unaffected. Leaving a girl in trouble be after witnessing it would pain his conscience, Haruya thought. Excuse me. What is it? You. Approaching unnoticed, a stern face entered Haruya's vision when he called out. Slicked back blonde hair and sharp narrow eyes. Not to judge a book by its cover, but inwardly Haruya deemed this man looking just like a delinquent. This is scary. With the man's awareness turned to him, Haruya reaffirmed why the girl had been trembling. Actually confronting him, Haruya understood the man emitted an intense oppressive aura, glaring over with a compelling gaze. Haruya wanted to flee the spot but endured and steadily returned the man's stare. Unfortunately, dread was all that allowed Haruya to do so. If he were a gallant prince on a white horse, if he were a heroic ally of justice, surely he would boldly confront and drive away the man, but Haruya was just an ordinary high schooler. At most he could stare back like this. So, feeling pathetic, Haruya couldn't help but curse his own helplessness inwardly. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The beautiful girl's gaze seemed to be focused solely on Haruya, but he paid no attention and kept his eyes on the guy. Oh, this is bad. I've stepped up, but my mind is completely blank. What should I say in situations like these? Although not showing it on his face, Haruya was internally overwhelmed, feeling like he was about to lose it. Despite his body involuntarily trembling, Haruya was anxious that the guy, unexpectedly, was the first to speak. Ha! Instantly, the guy let out an unexpected, silly voice. Ha! Not understanding the meaning of the guy's statement, Haruya involuntarily let out a dumbfounded voice. TCH, you have boyfriend, huh? For some reason, the guy began to shake and retreated from the spot as if fleeing. Meanwhile, Haruya, who couldn't do anything, was unable to understand what had happened. What's going on? Is this some kind of prank? If someone said it was a TV show's plan, he might believe it, but that possibility was denied by the girl. Thank you very much. Haha. No, I couldn't do anything at all. Haruya wanted to be cool if he could, that would have been great, but all he could manage was to stare back at the guy. However, the girl seemed to have taken pity on Haruya's incompetence. She politely denied his statement. That's not true. Facing a scary person without hesitation and driving them away. It was cool. Haha. Thank you. With a dry laugh, Haruya shifted his gaze away from her. In reality, he had hesitated and panicked facing that scary person, but he couldn't express that. Feeling embarrassed by the girl's warm gaze, Haruya could only manage a forced smile. The beautiful girl standing in front of him didn't take her eyes off him, and Haruya began to feel uncomfortable. Since he couldn't do anything cool, he decided to interfere unnecessarily out of consideration. This narrow alley, if a girl was passing through alone, it could be dangerous. So please be careful. Why yes. The beautiful girl nodded vigorously in response to Haruya's warning and bowed her head. Haruya smiled wryly at her, then left the scene. He probably wouldn't have any more interactions with that beautiful girl, but he couldn't shake off the embarrassment. But, still, I feel like I've seen that girl somewhere before. While being attacked by that déjà vu feeling again, Haruya walked towards a large commercial facility. However, Haruya would eventually come to know that the girl he coincidentally helped was a classmate known as an S-class beauty. Section. The next morning. It was an altogether delightful morning with warm sunshine and birds chirping in harmony. Arriving at his class in Acre High School, Haruya promptly sat at his seat. It was currently 8:15 a.m. Awaiting the morning homeroom, Haruya's lively, noisy classmates were chatting away, the classroom significantly more boisterous than usual. Understandably, today was the first day back from the long Golden Week vacation. How they spent their holidays must be the talk of the town for the students. The quiet tension and anxiety of the entrance ceremony and orientation days now felt nostalgic. Back then all the students seemed to be observing their surroundings, so there didn't appear to be anyone who had made friends yet, but now they had uniformly formed friendships, chatting enthusiastically. Ultimately, after a month of enrollment, classmates were mostly set, with almost no loners to be seen. Amidst the lively classroom, as for Haruya, he wasn't conversing with anyone, just alone resting his head on his desk pretending to sleep. His conduct had to be called slovenly, and his current appearance influenced that. Shaggy bangs covering his eyes, and large black-framed glasses, plus a loose tie and wrinkled uniform. Somehow he also seemed hunchbacked, those factors combining to make his presence feeble and unremarkable. A complete transformation from his appearance when out yesterday. If Haruya sat here looking as he did yesterday, many classmates would undoubtedly be wide-eyed. Haruya's current look could modestly be called that of a gloomy boy, though the reason was he wanted to avoid standing out at school as much as possible since that led to nothing good. That shoujo manga I bought yesterday was pretty good. At his seat by the window in the back, resting his head, Haruya was thinking such, not caring about opinions of him in class. Haruya had a little secret he didn't share with anyone. Collecting shoujo manga. When new volumes released, He would secretly go buy them and grin enjoying them at home. Heading to the large commercial facility yesterday was solely to purchase new shoujo manga volumes. Main character is rescued from a charlatan. Those developments especially excite me. Desperately suppressing the urge to smile. That's how engrossing the shoujo manga was for Haruya. Engrossed lamenting alone, at that moment an exceptionally cheerful voice was heard. Morning Sara-chin and Yunarin. A bright, cute voice resounded through the classroom. The voice's owner, Rin Kohinata, is a cute girl, and central figure even among the classroom's particularly trendy clique. Currently the exact opposite of Haruya, resting his head at his desk, if his position in class could be called. Mob, innocuous as air. Despite a month passing since enrolling in Aika High School, Haruya's standing in class was so low that even his classmates remembering his name seemed doubtful. A complete opposite to Rin. With a short skirt and loose collar, Rin had a Gyaru-like style, but her small build and somewhat childish features meant she seemed more cute than intimidating. In any case, the moment Rin entered the classroom, or more precisely when she came to the front of the class's top clique near Haruya's seat, the classroom buzzed. S-rank beauties gathered together really are picture perfect her. I know, right? Even though I thought I was getting used to it, that trio's like idols, kind of overwhelming. They're so cute I don't even feel jealous. Classmates who had been chatting about various topics until then unanimously shifted focus when the three girls gathered, voicing admiration. These three would be regarded with envious gazes by all whenever together, male or female. Morning. Rin. At Rin's cheerful voice, Yuna Takamori responded in a transparent, sharp tone. Her long black hair had gloss, exuding a prim image. Piercings on both ears, and her wrinkled uniform gave a listless air. With a sharp face yet a hint of boredom and sensuality, anyone could tell she was a rare beauty without being told. Good morning, Rin-san. Following Yuna, Sara Heimkawa shyly turned slightly late to face Rin. Looking well-bred from her glossy hair and dignified features. Using polite speech even with classmates, she captivated no shortage of male students with her noble behavior. Whenever the radiant, glittering Rin, Yuna, and Sara gathered, the boys would flush and girls respectfully make them the talk of class. In fact, thanks to their extraordinarily exquisite looks, some students called them S-rank beauties. So, Yunarin, Sara-chin, anything good happen during Golden Week? Nothing much this period. What about you, Rin? I was working. Hoped for some romance but nope. Sad. Somehow dejectedly, Rin shrugged. Rin was obsessed with romance and love stories. Seeing her like that, Yuna played with her hair while answering listlessly. Of course not. Such fortuitous encounters rarely happen, right, Sara-chin? Seeking Sara's agreement, Sara jolted at Yuna's words. Surprised by Sara's unexpected reaction, Yuna and Rin's eyes widened. Looking closely, Sara's cheeks seemed vaguely flushed, her composure disturbed. Sara blushed and lowered her head. Really? Sara-chan? Rin, driven by excitement, was the first to dig in. Her eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation, as she directed them towards Sara. Could it be that you had a wonderful encounter during this Golden Week? Ah, you're kidding. Even the cool Yuna, following Rin, couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Well, Blushing, Sara averted her gaze from the two. Though she intended to play it off, she eventually hesitantly spoke, realizing she couldn't escape. Actually, I had a fated encounter. Somehow abashed yet beginning her confession, Sara's tale started. It was just yesterday. When I went shopping for clothes, I happened to get caught by someone scouting models. At first I thought it was model scouting, but he was quite persistent, so I judged it must be a lie. I immediately tried to flee, but his looks were so intimidating, I was quite frightened, and my legs shook, unable to escape. Looking around, there was no one who appeared willing to help, perhaps due to the unnoticed nature of the situation. Occasionally, my eyes met with a few people, but everyone chose to look away, pretending not to see. I felt disappointed in the expectations I had of those around me. However, at that moment, I was scared and could only resort to seeking help, even though it felt futile. I had no hope because I had seen how people reacted. Then, unexpectedly, someone appeared to help me. This person came to my aid with grace. Standing in the dimly lit alley, seeming to glow. The person who should have been unrelated to me openly expressed anger, thinking about me. In response to my inner call for help, this person, who should have been intimidating, came to help. Despite the hassle and difficulty of repelling the bad guy, he drove them away with just a glare. The follow-up afterwards was kind, but I couldn't properly express my gratitude. So, I regret that. That's why it was a fateful encounter. If I could meet that person again, I would like to properly thank him. With that lingering regret, Sara concluded her story, as if implying there was nothing more to it. At that moment, Rin, unable to contain herself, forcefully embraced Sara. When you looked, Rin's eyes were moist. Rin-san, what's wrong? Sara-chan, it must have been scary. If I had been there, I would have driven the bad guy away. I won't forgive the person who scared Sara-chan. That's right. I understand what Rin is saying. While directing an exasperated look at Rin, who was hugging Sara, Yuna also showed agreement. Rin, who had hugged Sara for a while, finally released her and, with a glint in her eyes, spoke. But still, that guy who helped you. He's really cool. It's like something out of a shoujo manga. It's the dream of every girl. It would be a dream for any girl. To have a handsome guy rush to her aid like a hero, appearing out of nowhere. Rin, while pouting enviously, had a happy expression. Did you get his contact information? Such situations rarely happen. He might be your destined person. Ah, Rin-san. It's not like that. Sara wore a somewhat resigned expression. Then, in a rejecting tone, she firmly stated, I have an arranged marriage set due to family circumstances. With a gentle smile, Sara explained, and Rin, realizing she had made a mistake, hung her head. In reality, Sara's family, the Heimkoa family, was a traditional and strict lineage. In this era, arranged marriages were considered natural for daughters of the Heimkoa family. Therefore, those born into the Heimkoa family had their futures determined, and they were taught to take pride in that. Among her classmates, many felt pity for Sara's situation. But Sara proudly embraced her circumstances. However, she couldn't keep up with Rin and Yuna's romantic conversations, and at times like these, she felt a bit lonely being left out. I see. Sara-chan, you're really mature. That's right. Following Rin, Yuna nodded slightly. Sensing the atmosphere, Rin and Yuna decided to temporarily stop their love talk. Hey. Speaking of which, I recently found a recommended cosmetic. To ease the slightly tense atmosphere, Rin began to introduce a different topic. However, even when Rin tried to change the topic to something other than romantic discussions, the students around lacked the ability to read the air. The impact of Sara's story was just too strong. Did you hear Heimkoa-san's story? Seriously, like a destined person. That man she talked about is so cool. Just like a shoujo manga. A situation like that. It's rare to have something like a destined person in real life. Whispers of students filled the classroom, as they eagerly listened to the S-class Beauties' romantic discussions. Today, Haruya was one of them, which was unusual for him. The reason was that Sara's story resonated too much with him. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to the class's situation, but... What? Wait a minute. That topic. It sounds familiar. Could it be related to what happened yesterday, where I saved a girl from a pickup? Similar situation. But the guy she describes seems incredibly cool. Unlike me, who couldn't act like that in front of a wild animal. Impressed by the stark contrast, Haruya couldn't help but marvel at himself. The way the man Sara described behaved like a hero, while Haruya's actions yesterday resembled a large beast trembling or a weak small animal. His legs and feet were shaking, his face was drawn, and all he could do was to hold his breath. The more I hear about it, the more I realize the difference between us. Let's stop listening to this. It only makes me regret it more. Feeling his own pathetic side, Haruya started to think about shoujo manga once again in his heart. After indulging in delusions about shoujo manga for a while, with 10 minutes left before the start of morning homeroom, many students start sitting at their desks. Among them, as if wanting to chat or looking for someone to talk with, the male student behind me suddenly tapped my shoulder twice. "Hey, Akazaki, did you hear?" I turned around, heavy body and all, to see a male student with a lively voice and showing his snaggletooth. While surprised he remembered my name when I have practically no presence in this class, I become filled with an apologetic feeling. I'm grateful he remembers my name, but who was he again? Seeing my confused expression, he seemed to realize and opened his mouth to introduce himself. "Oh right, I'm Kazumiya Yuki. Sorry for suddenly talking to you. I just couldn't hold back this excitement, you know?" Even without seeing his face, I could tell from his tone of voice. The male student who introduced himself as Kazumiya Yuki seemed like he desperately wanted to talk with anyone. He probably talked to me just because I happened to be sitting in front of him. Perhaps my attitude made it seem troublesome to interact with me. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere flowed between us, but as if hating the silence, Kazumiya changed the subject. "By the way, Akazaki, did you hear the conversation from earlier?" "What conversation are you talking about?" "The one with the S-class beauties." "Oh right, the ones getting attention in class now." "Why do you make it sound so unrelated?" "Because it really doesn't relate to me. I have no interest." You're kidding." Rather than shocked, Kazumiya narrowed his eyes as if drawing back. Any guy would want to get close with beautiful girls. Even if they casually say I'm not interested, in reality, it's often those guys who are secretly very interested. But after hearing my tone and emotionless voice, Kazumiya seemed convinced I genuinely meant what I said. He could only hang his mouth open. "I think I understand why Akazaki is left alone with no presence now." Kazumiya held his head in amazed exasperation. "Because I deliberately act to make that happen. Of course that's how it turned out." In reality, he was right, but to not reveal what I truly feel, I changed the subject. "But you know, I did hear about it. Something about a destined encounter, right?" "Yeah, the story about Himekawa-san having a romantic encounter. Man, her partner is so enviable." After chatting pleasantly while chuckling for a bit, Kazumiya then cleared his throat. "But you know, I heard Ms. Himekawa has a strict family. I'm really looking forward to how things will develop from here on." "Is that so?" "I did hear the talk about arranged marriage or something, but since I felt it was completely unrelated to me, I didn't show any sign of particularly caring about it and gave an ambiguous response. However, even though it's such big news that most guys in class would be scared stiff, you really can stay disinterested here, Akazaki." Even though I tried not to show it on my face, looks like I was seen through. The reason I was listening to the talk about the S-class beauties was because the content was similar to something I had experienced, not because I was interested in those girls themselves. "But you know, you should at least know the basics about those S-class girls." "Is that how it is?" I made a questioning expression, and Kazumiya nodded many times while crossing his arms. "That's how it is. Or else you can't make friends and stuff." "Well, Akazaki might be a special case, but you should still take some interest." "Then shouldn't you take the initiative to approach them instead?" Kazumiya gave a wry smile as he waved his hands in refusal to my extremely obvious opinion. "Impossible. It's scary enough that even going near them is difficult." And then, Kazumiya continued, "Aside from Ms. Himekawa, I heard Ms. Takamori and Ms. Hinode also seem to have guys they're interested in. Well, they're just rumors, so I don't actually know. Indeed, there were whispers floating around class that Yuna and Rin, two of the S-class beauties, have guys they're interested in. However, since those two get countless confessions, it was conjectured that they might just be saying that as a guy repellent. The truth of the matter was unclear. So yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, what I want to say is, you should take at least a little more interest in class." "I'll take that to heart." "Yeah, make sure you do." After butting in a bit, when Kazumiya finished lecturing me, I once again rested my head on the desk. In the first place, there's no way I'd have anything to do with girls called S-class beauties or whatever. While thinking so to myself, I immediately gave up thinking any further. Section. That day after school, having smoothly finished classes, I was on my way home alone. I'm home. Upon entering the house, I mutter so despite no one being home. As a high school first year living alone since this year, there were no other residents aside from myself at home, but somehow it had become my habit to greet like this. I felt a little lonely without hearing the half-hearted welcome back. I often did back home from my younger sister. I have a sister 1 year younger than me. She's cheeky and annoying, but I feel a little down when she's not around. But I digress. After changing clothes and relaxing, I check my SNS account. There was one new message, so I exchanged messages with that person. Nayu, hey, have you read that shoujo manga I recommended, Haru? Haru, yeah, I read it. It was really interesting. After sending my reply, I unintentionally loosen my cheeks a little. While I'm always alone at school, through SNS I have comrades I can talk to about my hobbies. On a whim, I recalled how I met my shoujo manga-loving comrade, Nayu. Section. My encounter with Nayu goes back about 2 months. At that time, having just finished taking high school entrance exams, as a reward for getting through the exam studies, I diligently read shoujo manga, one of my few hobbies. Reading books after long exhausting exam studies felt supremely comforting. For most people, once suppressed urges explode the moment they are released. I was no exception. I held back until exam studies ended, and now I digested the shoujo manga I had stocked up and posted impressions on SNS. That became my routine. The reason I posted impressions on SNS was because I wanted comrades to discuss impressions with. Around this time, I didn't interact much with others, so even though I read interesting shoujo manga, I had no comrades to share with and discuss them. Due to that frustration of having no one to discuss with, I created an SNS account to post impressions. I named it Haru, taking part of my real name, Haruya. I didn't actually expect to get replies to my impression posts. It was just to get out feelings I couldn't contain, to the extent of venting them. But turning points come suddenly, I guess. I read interesting shoujo manga and posted impressions of them. It happened one day while I was going through that routine. My impressions section was colored. Sorry for the first reply. That manga is interesting, isn't it? I totally get it. The subject is kinda minor, but that's exactly why it's good. Haru, you have good taste. A comrade sympathizing with my impressions appeared. Their account name was Nayu. In excitement and delight that a comrade had appeared, I immediately replied back, and from then on Nayu also showed sympathy by replying to my other posts. Through our exchanges, we gradually realized our tastes matched in shoujo manga story developments and genres, bringing Haru and Nayu closer over SNS. We started conversing more personally, and even found out we live near each other. Now, while keeping private talks to a suitable degree, we recommend each other shoujo manga and sometimes meet up to talk about impressions face to face. That's how we built our relationship. Section. Nayu, hey, are you listening? Haru. Nayu, hello, I know you've read it. Haru. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Noticing I hadn't a reply from Nayu, I hurriedly replied back. I obviously couldn't say I was reminiscing about how we met, so I could only ambiguously gloss over it. Even though it's through a screen, I can vividly imagine her puffing her cheeks sullenly. Unintentionally, I smiled wryly there and, as if to change the subject, I started the conversation. Haru, speaking of which, something amazing happened today, want to hear it? Nayu, what amazing thing? Haru, actually, there was an incredible talk in class today. Nayu, oh really, what talk? After confirming she showed interest, I promptly started sharing the story. What I talked about with her was a female classmate who got helped by a guy when getting hit on. Having just yesterday experienced a similar thing myself, coincidentally saving a beauty from a pickup artist, the talk about my female classmate left an impression. Although, up until now I had convinced myself pickup artists were fictional, so that might also be related to why it made such a strong impression. When I finished telling that story, she immediately replied back. Nayu, pickup artists themselves are pretty common, but this surprised me. Haru, what surprised you? Nayu, actually, I heard a similar story from a friend today too. Haru, oh really, is that so? Nayu, yeah, so it's an amazing coincidence. Haru, Maybe pickup artists are more commonplace than I thought. Nayu, yeah, seems like it. And at that point, when the conversation naturally hit a stopping point, I put a good mark on her last message. Just as I try to put away my phone thinking our talk had ended, a notification immediately comes to my phone. As expected, it was from Nayu. Nayu, hey, don't suddenly end the conversation. Haru, sorry, was there something else? Nayu, what do you think was the purpose behind contacting today? I'm asked a question in return. Her fed-up expression transmitted over vividly. Apprehensively, seeming apologetic, I replied back to Nayu. Haru, to talk about impressions of shoujo manga. Right. Nayu, yes. So, come on, you know. That. Haru, that? Nayu, yes, that. Even though she says that, I was completely drawing a blank. As if she lost patience from me taking time to reply, she sent another reply right away. Nayu, the offline meeting, the offline meeting. Haru, the offline meeting her. Nayu, yes, don't make me say it. It's embarrassing. Nayu, feeling embarrassed to meet face to face, replied that way. Haru apologized with a simple sorry, then they proceeded to discuss the specific schedule for the offline meeting with Nayu. Nayu, how about next weekend? Are you free? Haru, yeah, I'm free, so it works for me. Nayu, alright then, let's aim for next week. Haru-san, make sure to find some interesting shoujo manga during that time, okay? Haru, got it. Letting out a light sigh, I relaxed on the sofa. However, he couldn't help but reflect on the conversation. Is Nayu wearing sunglasses because she's embarrassed to meet in person? I had met Nayu several times for offline meetings, and on each occasion, Nayu always appeared wearing sunglasses. Therefore, reflecting on the recent chat, I couldn't help but smile at discovering Nayu's shy side. She'd definitely get mad if I say it, but... Nayu, you're cute, you know? Section. That night, while the moon vividly shone its presence in the night sky, I visited a certain store I frequented to have dinner. That store is a small cafe. They have a large selection of menu items and large servings, reasonable prices, and hidden gem for high school boys. I frequent this cafe up to 3 times a week. You could call me a regular customer. Perhaps due to its location being on the outskirts of the city area, both weekdays and holidays, the store interior gives off a calming, tranquil atmosphere compared to other shops. Rather than a stylish store, the interior and exterior give off a retro atmosphere, seemingly an old established shop, possibly selective about its customers too. What I like most about this store is the coffee they serve. They apparently extract coffee from special coffee beans. It has richness in both aroma and flavor. The first thing I felt upon entering the store was the few customers. Having passed peak hours, a calm, quiet, serene atmosphere covers the whole store. Sitting at a window seat near the back, without even needing to check the menu, I called the server. Excuse me. Hearing me call, an older but familiar female server approached briskly with light footsteps. Yes, please wait a moment. A voice like bells tolling reaches my ears. Clack clack, clack clack. As the brisk footsteps gradually got louder, I unintentionally turned to face where the sound was coming from. Despite being accustomed to her appearance, there was an inexplicable surge of excitement, likely influenced by her attire. She exuded a mature aura with glasses that gave the illusion of a maid outfit, adorned with soft frills in monotone colors. Her hair, probably reaching down to her shoulders, was neatly tied back. With a petite and delicate figure, combined with a youthful face, she lacked any overt sensuality. Though she might seem plain at first glance, she undeniably possessed the appearance of a beautiful girl. The female clerk's lips curved into a gentle smile, portraying a friendly atmosphere. Hello, sir. Hello, Kohinata-san. We exchanged brief greetings. Then, clearing her throat, the female clerk politely and somewhat theatrically asked, "May I take your order?" As evident from the interaction, the female clerk were acquaintances. The usual, is that okay? Yes, the carbonara set with a hot coffee, please. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Following the manual-like procedure, she bowed slightly and turned away with a courteous peck, leaving me to reminisce about the encounter. She whispers softly to me, "Break time is almost here. Please wait for me." My body involuntarily trembled, but soon I lightly nodded my head, and the shop assistant left looking satisfied. After some time, around 10 minutes later, the food was brought out. I said itadakimasu before happily starting to eat my meal. Then the shop assistant, Kohinata-san, sat down across from me on her break. "Hello again, Oni-san." "Hello, Kohinata-san. What were you looking around at so curiously?" Seeing my awkward expression, blinked her eyes wide open. "I was wondering if it's really okay for me to just sit down here even though it's during break. The shop is empty right now, and the manager gave me permission, so it's fine. Isn't this normal?" Kohinata-san narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke in a calm voice. She tilted her head as if to say what's wrong all of a sudden. It was true that talking with her during her breaks was normal, but that didn't mean I was used to it. Smiling wryly while stuffing my face with carbonara, Kohinata-san casually changed the subject. "Hey Oni-san, do you have a love interest or anything?" "Huh, why so suddenly?" I made a troubled expression at her abrupt question. "It's just, Oni-san, you don't really tell me much about yourself. I figured a popular guy like you must be doing well at school, so I wanted to hear the latest. I am careful to keep my private life separate from everything else about myself that I show to others. I clearly separate my stylish going-out self from my unremarkable at-school self that doesn't want to stand out. Additionally, I can't exactly say I keep a low profile at school because it's too much trouble, even though people probably think I'm popular. On top of the difficulty posed by people assuming I'm popular, I don't like talking about school. For those reasons, I avoided telling Kohinata-san or even Nayu, whom I met online, about my school life. Latest. As I was thinking that I don't have any such love interests or anything, I suddenly remembered something. One of the girls in my class had been telling a story about getting picked up and helped by someone. You seem to have a good lead. Please tell me if you'd like. Well, there is one thing. I told Kohinata-san about how I heard one of the girls in my class got helped after being hit on. Kohinata-san nodded with great interest. I see, cute girls do tend to get hit on, don't they? As if speaking from experience herself, she made a small, bitter expression. Actually, one of my friends apparently got hit on too. I heard the story at school today. Ah, really? My eyes opened wide, and I froze for a moment. The reason was that right after Nayu, Kohinata-san had started talking about hearing a story from a friend about getting hit on just like her. What's with that surprised reaction? No, I just didn't really have an image of getting hit on as something that actually happens. Things like getting hit on are a common plot device in romantic fiction like shoujo manga, but yesterday was the first time I had actually witnessed it happening with my own eyes. So the idea that it was just an everyday occurrence came as a shock. Staring straight at my eyes, she closed her mouth modestly. "This is hard for me to say, but, Oni-san, I wanted to hear about your own romantic endeavors." Apparently, she wasn't satisfied with my story. Although I gave her an openly reluctant look, she kept her round eyes fixed unwaveringly on me, showing no sign of looking away. Her purple irises, reminiscent of iris flowers, refused to let me go. I didn't really want to talk about this, but I guess I've got no choice. I shrugged and decided to go ahead and tell the story of saving a girl who was being hit on. However, telling it plainly would be terribly uncool, so I carefully presented just the fact that I had saved her from being hit on, omitting the embarrassing details. "That's so great, Oni-san." When I finished my account, her face lit up brightly, and she relaxed her mouth. Her eyes seemed to shine faintly. It does take courage to save someone from being hit on, and there are few people who would actually step in to help. But that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I hope you can meet that person again. Unable to conceal her excitement, she nodded several times in a composed manner. Well, maybe, but I don't think I'll ever see her again. And meeting her again would just be embarrassing anyway, so I don't want to. I smiled wryly and averted my gaze from Kohinata-san. That's not true. She probably wants to properly thank you. I was even more convinced that would never happen, but at this point, I didn't know that I would be meeting that girl again this weekend and receiving her thanks. Section. Later that night, the time was already past 10 p.m. Sara Heimkower, having finished her bedtime preparations, was restless, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. She stared at the glow of her nightlight for a while. Sara had a little secret: she couldn't sleep without the nightlight on. Of course, even with the nightlight on, there was another reason she couldn't sleep tonight. I guess I'm still hung up on not being able to properly thank him. Yes, Sara's mind was full of thoughts about that one man. She held her head in frustration over not having been able to properly thank the frightening person who saved her yesterday. Not being able to thank the man who saved her from being hit on was weighing heavily on Sara's conscientious mind. It was understandable that Sara, with her dutiful personality, hadn't conducted herself politely to the man who rescued her from being hit on. Having been relentlessly harassed by the intimidating man right up until then, she had been shaking with fear and dread inside. And that man, he was so cool. Not only his behavior, but to be totally honest, his looks were just Sara's type too. So much so that he made her feel as if she was face to face with a fairytale prince riding on a white horse. Ah, what am I thinking? Feeling the heat rising in her body, she buried her flushed face in her pillow and fluttered her legs on the bed. Just because he saved me from an unexpected crisis, it doesn't mean I'm so easygoing that I'd fall for the guy. She strongly reminded herself that she was the daughter of the Heimkower family. She was concerned about him because she hadn't been able to properly thank him, that was all. With a small sigh, Sara started up the chat app on her phone to calm herself down. Checking the screen, she already had several notifications waiting. They were all from the same group chat. The one consisting of Sara, Yuna, and Rin, nicknamed the S-Class Beauties chat. Seeing the message contents, Sara's eyes widened in surprise. Ha! In disbelief, she unintentionally let out a confused voice. Considering that Rin and Yuna don't usually talk much about romance, Sara was shaken to see them actively discussing it now. What was unfolding on Sara's screen was this exchange. Listen up, you two. So, at my part-time job, there's this regular customer I've kinda had my eye on for a while now. And just like I thought, something happened that made me even more interested in him. Oh, what happened, Rin? It's similar to Sara's case. He saved a cute girl from being hit on. Hit on? Why the surprise, Yuna? Well, actually, the guy I'm interested in happened to mention a story about getting hit on today too. Wow, what a coincidence, Yuna. Their bright, cheerful conversation was visible on the screen. Somehow feeling left out, Sara felt her chest tighten sharply. Perhaps noticing that she had read the messages, Rin sent a reply to Sara. It'd be nice if you can properly thank him too if you meet that guy again. Yeah. Yuna's reply came right after Rin's. Sara said, thank you, and then put her phone away, deciding to just go to sleep now. It would be nice if I could meet that man again. While Sara was already half resigned about it, she didn't yet know that she would be meeting him again this weekend. Section. Well, it's been a while since then. And so, time passes quickly. The weekend had arrived. Haruya could be found in an apparel shop adjoining a large commercial complex. Dressed fashionably, Haruya had come to replenish his wardrobe. It's clothing sale day today. I found out from a flyer. Luckily there aren't as many customers as I expected. Living alone, he had to be frugal even with parental support. Therefore, Haruya had no choice but to take advantage of this sale day. He browsed the sale items, picking out several tops he liked. Comparing them carefully to his wallet's capacity, he selected what he could afford and headed to the checkout, when something happened. A woman passing by Haruya's side seemed unsteady, carrying an armful of clothes, on the verge of stumbling over. Seeing that she was in jeopardy of falling down at any moment, Haruya couldn't look away. And just as expected, the woman began to topple over. Haruya rushed over and caught her slender shoulder. Are you okay? Haruya supports the woman by putting his hand on her slender shoulder. He had helped purely on instinct, seeing her about to fall, nothing more. Just from the glimpse of her back, one could tell this woman gave off a charming air. The white blouse and black vest she wore over it suited her, but were perhaps too tight, warping the buttons over her ample bust. "Oh, thank you." The woman peered up at Haruya's face and spoke in a slightly quivering voice. "Huh." A few seconds passed. Haruya blinked in disbelief. The woman seemed just as taken aback, frozen stiff as she blinked several times. Could she be? No way. What crossed Haruya's mind was the girl who had been hit on about a week ago. Although her outfit was different, there was no mistaking that innocent face, sparkling eyes, and glossy hair. Standing before Haruya's eyes was without a doubt the same girl from back then. "You're from that time?" She was the first to speak. Inwardly Haruya retorted what a coincidence, but it was questionable whether she would take it as a mere coincidence. An overly contrived development. He worried about seeming like a stalker and tried to slip away from the situation. "Okay. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Smiling wryly, he started to turn his back and leave. But Haruya felt his shirt hem grabbed by the girl. Wait. Please let me thank you properly, for last time too. I think you have the wrong person." Saying that with a gentle smile, she looked bewildered for a moment but immediately turned serious and continued. "Please, let me thank you. She's completely ignoring me." Although he thought that, Haruya relented with a sigh. "I don't need thanks. I really didn't do anything special." Just like with the previous incident of her being hit on, Haruya felt he hadn't actually done anything in particular. And for catching her when she was about to fall just now too, he had only supported her when she seemed unsteady. There was even a possibility she could have kept her balance by herself, so Haruya may have overreacted. But the beauty before him showed no signs of averting her moist, trembling eyes peering anxiously at Haruya. Seeing that, Haruya understood. She's worried about feeling indebted, her. Admittedly, it wasn't anything worth putting her in his debt, but she was, after all, quite a beauty. It wouldn't be surprising for some with impure thoughts to want to get involved with her given the chance. So this was probably her way of settling things. No good. Perhaps it was the coercive pressure of her imploring eyes, but Haruya caved. "Oh, okay. I get it. Thank you." When he nodded, her face lit up brightly and she flashed an enchanting smile. "Well then, why don't we both go buy our clothes first? You really don't have to worry about it so much." And so, transient as it was, Haruya ended up spending time with a beauty. Section. What Haruya regretted was not turning down her request earlier, when they stopped by a family restaurant nearby. "This is awkward. And my stomach hurts." Haruya had come with the girl to Kokumi, a popular dining establishment with reasonable prices and numerous menu items loved by all generations. But that is beside the point. Now before him on the table sat doria, pizza, fries, salad, and an awkward atmosphere filled with strange tension. From the side, they probably looked like a new couple on their first date. Thank you again for everything before and today too." She was the one to break the awkward silence. Sitting up straight, she bowed her head formally with a somehow strained expression. From her posture and tone of voice, one could strongly feel how tense she was. "It just makes me more nervous when she's the tense one." Perhaps embarrassed, Haruya started fidgeting with his bangs. He was shy about her seeing his reddened face. Oh, no need, really. Honestly, his feelings hadn't changed. He hadn't done anything worth that much gratitude. But saying so would presumably just make her repeat that's not true and deny it. In other words, the conversation ended up at a standstill. Therefore, Haruya decided to accept her gratitude sincerely. However, whether it was because he wasn't used to being thanked or for some other reason, his response seemed awkward. Seeing Haruya like that, she smiled slightly. Hee. It seems like you're turning it into a question. But please, do accept my gratitude. And, as a token of thanks, feel free to eat as much as you want today. No, this is more than enough already. Earlier, when Haruya tried to settle for just one item from the doria menu, she insisted, saying, "Don't hold back," and as a result, Haruya ended up ordering not only the doria but also pizza and potatoes. By the way, the salad was ordered by her, perhaps out of concern for Haruya's health. Her chosen dish was shrimp and avocado Genovese pasta. It seemed like a popular choice among women, and Haruya couldn't help but smile a bit. Well, if you say so. But feel free to eat without holding back. She seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but upon seeing Haruya's awkward smile, she softened her expression a bit, seemingly understanding. Having finished saying itadakimasu, Haru noticed that someone was staring at him intently as he prepared to eat. Presumably, the girl sitting across from him was waiting for him to taste the dishes laid out before them. Unable to disappoint her expectant gaze, Haru decided to start with the doria. Delicious, he remarked. Is that so? I'm glad, she responded. The taste of the doria was creamy and pleasantly familiar. There was no disappointment with the classic menu. However, being watched so attentively made Haru nervous. Eating while being watched by a beautiful girl feels like a form of torture. Haru himself didn't have much resistance to women. Moreover, the girl sitting opposite him was a considerable beauty with an impressive figure. Therefore, being observed by her, with her beauty and curvaceous body, was making him quite uneasy. Well, you don't have to hesitate. Please eat without holding back. Also, the dishes might get cold. Although he couldn't express his true feelings, Haru's genuine thoughts were more like, just eat it. It's awkward. Yeah, let's dig in. As if she had been waiting for him to say that, Haru felt a slight discomfort. However, that discomfort disappeared as soon as she began eating the pasta. Her expression brightened, and her cheeks relaxed as she enjoyed the flavors. Haru found himself captivated by her, but he shook his head and continued to eat. After the meal, as he contemplated heading to the cashier, he noticed something. She occasionally glanced at the special sweets menu, specifically the lemon chiffon cake promotion. Probably due to it being a limited time item, the menu was prominently displayed at each table. Haru realized she might want to order it. Most likely, she was giving him a hesitant look, gauging his reaction. If you want to order it, just go ahead and ask. He thought this, but she was probably trying to be considerate. Honestly, he was already full, but Haru decided to be considerate in return. Excuse me. I'd like to order that limited time item at the end. Is that okay? Caught off guard, her eyes widened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. It's okay. Well, then, I'll order it too, she said, slightly lifting the corners of her mouth. And so, the two of them ordered the limited time dessert, the lemon chiffon cake. When it arrived, it looked luxurious, with white sauce and mint garnish. Haru was impressed. It was his first time ordering dessert at a family restaurant, but it seemed high quality. Whether she felt the same or not, it wasn't evident in her expression, but her eyes seemed to sparkle. Without further delay, the two of them tasted the lemon chiffon cake. The refreshing lemon flavor and the sweetness of the cake spread in their mouths, creating an irresistible taste. Haru inadvertently glanced at her, and she was melting with her cheeks flushed, displaying an enchanting expression. While he didn't have romantic feelings for her, a beautiful girl's smile was always pleasing to the eye. It was a visual treat. However, when their eyes met, her smile dimmed slightly. For that reason, Haru felt a sense of disappointment. Is something wrong? She noticed his gaze and tilted her head slightly. And nothing. I just thought the cake was delicious. Unable to say he was looking at her smile, Haruya brushed it off with an evasive comment. For a moment, the girl looked puzzled at the flustered Haruya, but then seemed to remember something she had forgotten. She drew a sharp breath. Oh, thank you. For being considerate. Ignoring the silent Haruya, she dutifully continued. You went ahead and said you wanted a chiffon cake so I could order it more easily, right? What are you talking about? Thank you. Just when Haruya was about to deny it, it turned out she had seen right through him completely. I guess I still have a long way to go at being considerate without the other person noticing. He awkwardly averted his gaze from her oddly ardent stare. To dispel the embarrassment, Haruya changed the subject. By the way, this cake is amazingly delicious. I know, right? I'm pleasantly surprised too. Sweets can be hit or miss, but this one is a definite hit. Oh, unexpected. Unexpected? Why do you say that? She asked, not understanding his meaning. I mean, sorry if this is rude, But you seemed like someone without particular preferences for likes and dislikes. To Haruya, she appeared to have been brought up well. Not because of that, but for some reason he was surprised that he had foods he disliked. Then she giggled amusedly, covering her mouth with her hand. Hehe, what do you mean someone without likes and dislikes? As if to say, does such a person exist? Things like panna cotta or almond tofu vary a lot depending on the shop. And I also dislike bitter stuff like liver or coffee, she said at somewhat high speed. Looking closely, the corners of her eyes were downturned in a natural expression. Somehow the tension seemed to have faded away and Haruya couldn't help but relax his cheeks into a smile. What is it? No, you suddenly got spirited talking about likes and dislikes, so it just struck me as endearing. Oh, you know. I'm sorry. Embarrassed at being called out, she bowed her head and snuck occasional upward glances, seeming bashful. No, there's nothing to apologize about. Being able to firmly state your opinions is an important skill, I think. It was an unexpected remark and her eyes betrayed her agitation. That's true, her. With a tinge of self-deprecation, she muttered mostly to herself. Then lowered her face again, as if lacking the credentials to agree. Seeing her like that, Haruya couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Uh-oh. Did I step on a landmine? No wait, this is awkward. What am I doing? He was filled with regret at having touched on a sensitive area he shouldn't have. Out of guilt for triggering her landmine and embarrassment and responsibility from the tension, for the rest of the day Haruya went out of his way to curry her favor, carrying her bags, consciously stepping onto the roadside. Let me hold your stuff. I can walk you partway. Thinking back on sucking up to her so shamelessly, Haruya shuddered. What the heck am I doing? This must have weirded her out completely. Ooh, I wanna cry. Section. The next day before morning homeroom. As usual when the S-class beauties gathered, romance became the hot topic of conversation and they chatted animatedly. As always, some classmates were eavesdropping, whispering quietly. Naturally so. The subject of conversation from S-class beauty Sara was profoundly romantic. What Sara had shared with the other S-class beauties, Yuna and Rin, was, I met and went to eat with the guy I couldn't thank properly for saving me from getting hit on. Sara, that's like totally fate. Amazing. I really think it's amazing. Having sympathized last week over her regret at not being able to thank the one who saved her from getting hit on, Yuna and Rin who had cheered Sara on, it'd be nice if you meet again, were now equally shocked that they met again so soon. I was definitely really surprised, but I'm so glad I got to thank him. I'm happy for you, Sara. Yeah. I'm really glad you got to thank him, Sara. Sara nodded happily at their replies. And that guy turned out to be such an awesome person, considerate and approachable too, a real gentleman. Completely agree. But still, you took the bold step to invite him to eat, Sara. Gotta say, the more I hear the more I wanna meet him. Hey, I really wanna know which is better, my guy I'm interested in or Yuna's. Then Rin and Yuna started probing deeper into what Sara had told them. Seeing that, Sara's face flashed faintly in embarrassment. Noticing, Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. Hope you get to see that guy you've got a crush on again, Sara. What? A crush or anything? It's not like that. Sara immediately rebuffed Rin's teasing and pursed her lips tightly, but her whole face had turned bright red. Rin's words had made her conscious of the guy. Whether or not Sara was aware of it herself, her reaction from an onlooker's perspective clearly signaled she harbored special feelings for someone. She probably wanted Rin to stop going on about this subject, but her reactions were simply too cute that Rin seemed unable to resist the urge to poke fun. This embarrassed Sara is way too cute. If a guy made me feel like that, wow, let's totally double date. Oh wait, triple date including Yuna. That's not how it is. So you feel absolutely nothing for him then? Well, At this point Sara puckered her lips and lowered her head. I do think he's charming. An extremely tiny voice. Not wanting her blushing face to be seen, she didn't meet their eyes but her ears were bright red, impossible to hide. Rin seemed about ready to burst from wanting to tease her even more, but Yuna who had been watching their exchange silently up to now spoke up. Rin, You're putting Sara in a tough spot, so let's stop there. Rin frowned grumpily, going air as she shrugged exaggeratedly, but soon switched to a bright expression. Oh, all right, that's a good point. Sorry, Sara. As long as you understand, that's good. Just this one thing though, can you tell us? Did you exchange contact info with that guy? Looking perplexed at Rin's question, Sara clenched one arm tightly, blinking uncertainly. From that reaction, Rin could guess that Sara had not gotten his contact info. Well, you'll surely meet again anyway, so next time make sure to exchange contact info properly. Sara? That's not. Asked to choose between liking or disliking him. She would pick like, but still couldn't decisively say she liked him romantically. That was likely what Sara wanted to say, but Yuna interjected, cutting her off. Just one thing from me. Actually falling for someone doesn't happen often, so Sara, don't end up with regrets. Yes, Sara, I'm rooting for you. Yuna and Rin were probably conscious of the omii awaiting in Sara's background when they said that. In response to their words, Sara tightly pursed her lips. That's not what I meant. Really. And could only awkwardly look away with a quiet denial. Now then, some classmates including Haruya were eavesdropping on the S-Class Beauties talk. Today too he couldn't help overhearing in secret while pretending to sleep at his desk. But this time, too, it was inevitable. After last week, hearing a story from right by his seat again about an experience remarkably similar to his own, there was just no way he could tune it out. Meeting again after getting helped from getting hit on, that's seriously got to be fate. And inwardly Haruya added, then going to eat before parting ways. The more I hear, the more similar it sounds to what happened to me. With both last week's events and this week's. Suddenly Haruya grew suspicious that the guy she was referring to was actually him. But no way, that would be too full of myself. Haruya rejected the possibility outright. No matter how alike the stories sounded, the impression given of the guy she described was far too different from himself. I went and stepped on the landmine of her trauma, plus all that obvious sucking up I did after. Just recalling his pathetic behavior yesterday made Haruya want to retch. Better stop thinking back on it. It only made him feel more pathetic. He cursed his own uselessness. According to Sara, the guy had created an approachable, friendly atmosphere. With just that, the possibility of it being him was firmly denied. The more Haruya listened raptly to Sara's story, the more powerfully he realized what a pathetic man he himself was. Hang on, aren't I too lame? Totally the opposite of the cool guy she's describing. Such vastly differing impressions despite the similar circumstances, it was nothing short of absurd. Haruya honestly felt despondent at his sense of inferiority. Yeah, better just stop thinking about it. It only lowers my self-esteem. With no choice but to forcibly tell himself that, Haruya this time still failed to realize that the cool guy Sara spoke of referred to himself. Section. After school. While some students energetically rushed off to their club activities, and some lingered behind intending to study more, Haruya belonged to those who headed straight home once classes ended. Although today he was an exception. His feet carried him not down the stairs toward the entrance but up toward the rooftop. Since the sunset looked so beautifully vibrant today, he wanted to admire the scenery from the rooftop. In principle, the rooftop was forbidden entry and kept locked, but due to the school neglecting inspections, the lock had broken, leaving it open to access. Of course, that didn't mean they now had permission to go in. Having chanced upon the broken rooftop lock while wandering around campus, when Haruya felt like viewing the sunset splendor, he would sneak up alone like this. And so, the rooftop. Pushing open the rusty door, he was first wrapped in the warmth of sunlight. Approaching the railings to better take in the scenic view, Haruya removed his glasses and brushed back his hair that had grown to fringe his eyes. The sea. Spreading endlessly before Haruya's vision was the magnificently beautiful sea, sparkling in the sunset's reflected radiance. He lost himself admiring the campus scenery illuminated gloriously by the evening light. Breathing in the crisp air, Haruya had just begun savoring the sights when his solitary time was abruptly interrupted in less than a few minutes. So pretty. The familiar voice suddenly came from behind, startling him into glancing back. Seeing who it was, He couldn't find any words. Blinking blankly several times, but clearly no mistake. A slender waist and fleshy figure, glossy hair. Her girlish innocence still lingered while exuding a refined air. Haruya doubted his eyes at first. The girl standing there was the beauty he had encountered last weekend, then met again the day before yesterday. She too seemed frozen in surprise, both silently facing each other for a few seconds before she spoke first. "I'm shocked." Blinking widely her round eyes several times, she continued. "So we go to the same high school?" Haruya was equally astonished at this. But the bigger reason for Haruya's speechless bewilderment was, if they were in the same high school, Haruya had no choice but to come to this conclusion. "No way, we're in the same class." Ahaha. His thoughts turned to the female classmate talking about an experience resembling his own. Getting hit on, then meeting again, moreover her voice sounded similar too. With so much evidence stacking up, certainty would naturally follow. No, that's crazy. Naturally he was shocked at his own obliviousness and ignorance, but being utterly indifferent to matters uninteresting or unrelated to himself couldn't be helped. But even more than that, Haruya was bursting to retort. "There's no way I'm that cool a guy. I didn't save her from getting hit on in some cool way. I made things awkward afterwards, didn't I? What on earth was going on here?" Haruya smiled wryly. Apparently some misunderstanding about Haruya had arisen between him and her. At the very least, he couldn't possibly evaluate himself as the cool character she had depicted to the class. Unable to immediately understand what was going on, Haru refrained from questioning her directly. Doing so would be akin to confessing that they were classmates. Moreover, she was already known as a top-tier beauty in the class. Revealing that he was her classmate would only complicate things. If he were to casually say, "Actually, the person you guys talking about is a classmate," it would likely lead to unnecessary complications. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Right now there were two key points Haruya had to be mindful of here and now. Absolutely can't let her realize my identity. Have to lower her overblown impression of me. These are the two things that Haruya has to do. Obviously, the former was to avoid drawing attention in class if this got out. As for the latter, he had to diminish her highly embellished, no, downright fabricated, opinion of Haruya, in order to eliminate her interest in him. Without doing that, she likely wouldn't realize her idealized image of Haruya was mistaken. I felt like I desperately needed her to know that I'm not as cool as I think, for my heart to be at peace. I know this must be surprising, but please don't be too shocked." Lost in thought, Haruya realized she had called out to him. Sorry. No, I'm just really surprised, you know." As he averted his gaze from her interested eyes, she changed the subject and started a new conversation. "The sunset here is so beautiful." However, she continued with a preamble. "But isn't this place supposed to be off limits?" Maybe because she has a serious personality, she narrowed her eyes slightly. "Well, the lock was broken, so..." "Ahaha. So that doesn't mean you can just enter someplace that's prohibited, right?" "Yes, you're right. Sorry." While apologizing inwardly, Haruya was at a loss for words because she was correct. However, Haru couldn't help but think, "You're saying that about the girl who was present with him." Whether it showed on his face or not, she began to nervously explain herself. Today, I was feeling a bit unsettled, so I took a stroll around the school. That's when I witnessed the rooftop being open." "I see. However, if the rooftop's lock is broken, it needs to be reported, right?" She placed a hand on her chin, deep in thought. The report she mentioned undoubtedly meant informing the school. While her actions were undoubtedly correct as a student, Haru had a reason he couldn't just overlook. If she reports this, he won't be able to come here anymore. In other words, it would mean he can no longer enjoy this beautiful sunset in this place. Haruya started to panic. Before he realized it, his mouth opened on its own. So, I'll do anything within my ability, so please keep this a secret." He pleaded with his hands together. His words spilled out from the regret he felt about losing the chance to see the scenery. Perhaps reacting to his anything offer, her shoulders shook slightly. Then, after a short pause, she acted somehow bashful, wavering her eyes. Finally making up her mind, she tightly closed her mouth, then timidly opened it to speak. Then, I have just one request, if that's okay? She appealed to him with a lonely expression that provoked his protective instinct. Haruya immediately wanted to refuse since this smelled like trouble, but he couldn't go back on his word. He was desperate to defend his ability to see the rooftop scenery at all costs. Your request is... At his words, she nervously opened her mouth. Can we exchange contact information? Haruya unintentionally let out a surprised voice at her bold demand. Her wish was such a cheap favor. Plus, exchanging contacts would be quite convenient for him in dispelling the fabricated image others had made of him, and making her realize he's not as amazing as the rumors say. No problem at all. Phew. Thank goodness, thanks so much. When he said that, she let out a relieved sigh, eyes downturned. They promptly pulled out their phones to exchange info. But as they did so, Haruya noticed something and panicked, saying, "Wait a moment," to stop her. The reason he panicked was simple and clear. His chat app username was Akasaki Haruya, his real name. Now that she knows they go to the same high school, if his real name gets exposed, his identity could also be revealed. In a hurry, he changed his username to Oseiyu, the name of a certain protagonist from some girl's comic. She tilted her head curiously at his flustered state, but they successfully exchanged contacts. Oseiyu. Right. Why yeah. Haruya felt a little guilty about using a fake name. Then her next words turned his mind completely blank. Can I ask which class you're in too? Is that all right? My classes. And then he realized. Even if I BS my way through my name, I can't do the same for my class. Unpleasant sweat formed on his brow. No matter what random thing he said, she could easily uncover the truth if they went to the same school. So once again, he agonized over what the best course of action was. Well, to lower people's evaluation of me, giving a random answer might be the optimal solution. His original goal was, first of all, to not stand out, and secondly, to have her know that he's not as amazing as rumored. Therefore, he decided to give her a random reply to her question. I'm in class 1I. Class Ari? Fut, what are you saying? She giggled happily. The freshman classes at his school were divided into 8 from A to H. So of course, there was no such thing as class 1I. That's why he gave a random response. But, ahaha, saying class 1I and with such a straight face. You really are a unique person. She had a gentle smile, but Haruya was sure it was just a perfunctory one. No doubt about it. Sorry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. With a nuance like if you don't want to say your class, you don't have to. She peered into his eyes. Yes, there are some circumstances I'd rather not mention. Sorry. He honestly bowed his head, feeling guilty about lying. Then, as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, she smiled contentedly. What circumstances? But you don't need to apologize so much. Nice to meet you properly, Ose-san. Ah, likewise. After greeting each other, she seemed to realize something. Since I'm a first year, you can drop the formal speech with me, Sara said, glancing up at him. But Haruya brought his hand to his chin, pondering what the best course of action was. What's the right answer here? Should I keep using polite speech, or shift to casual? The closest distance will be best for making her think I'm not an amazing guy, probably. Having decided that, he said in seriousness. Got it, nice to meet ya. Sara. He was trying to act overly familiar. But since I had no experience addressing girls by their first names, an awkward discomfort came out. Damn it, stupid me. But, this is more embarrassing than I thought. What am I doing? Thinking that, as he looked at Sara, she was holding her fists tightly in front of her chest, her round eyes focused on Haruya. And, when she noticed Haruya's gaze, Sara said, Yes, please. Ose-san. Lowering her face. It seemed like the effect was excellent. She's pulling away, pulling away. The effect seems to be working. But that's fine. Yes, continue lowering the favorability. If she lose interest, I won't become a topic in the class. Haruya harboring an evil grin internally. However, Sara had her own thoughts. He called me by my name, and not telling me his class. It must be part of the game, trying to entertain me. He was quite a unique person, Sara thought, as she unconsciously felt her heart pounding. Is he really thinking about me this much? But, in this way, the misunderstandings between the two were not known to either. In fact, Haruya was trying to lower Sara's favorability. However, from Sara's perspective, it was interpreted in a positive light. They were both unaware of each other's intentions. Section. That night. Since exchanging contact information with Haruya, Sara had been staring at her phone screen, lying on her bed alone, in agony. On the screen was the contact information for Osei. Oh. Why did I do something so bold? Restless, Sara had been pressing her face against the pillow and writhing in discomfort for a while. Even so, Sara couldn't help but look back on the time she spent with Haruya. I never thought that person, Osei-san, would be in the same high school. Meeting the person who helped her again, only to find out they attended the same high school. She hadn't told Rin and Yuna about it yet, but she could easily imagine their reactions. It's like something out of a shoujo manga. Although she couldn't read many of them, Sara felt this way about shoujo manga. Once again, she felt like she was in the midst of fate. Because of that feeling of destiny, she was becoming unexpectedly passionate. Sara opened Haruya's private chat and started to ponder whether to send a message. I should probably at least greet him. Typing and erasing messages repeatedly, Sara sighed and groaned. At times like this, formal greetings aren't preferred, right? But being too simple is also dull. Maybe I should use stamps. No, but... Unable to reach a conclusion, Sara let out a deep sigh. Oh. She sighed deeply and mumbled to herself, it's like this during these times. It's not good to be too formal, right? But not too simple either. Is it okay to use stamps? No, but... Sara couldn't find a solution and sighed deeply. So deep that, as if telling herself, Sara muttered. It's not like I like him. I just haven't properly thanked Osei-san. It's okay. Repeatedly telling herself, Sara sent a message to Haruya. After sending it, to prevent herself from deleting the message due to embarrassment, Sara turned off her phone in a rush. Although Sara denied having romantic feelings, there was an unconscious girl struggling with love beneath the surface. Chapter 2. Sara's Happiness. The day after exchanging contacts with Sara, the weather was clear and warm, with a refreshing breeze. Even Haruya, who was no longer interested in class, had become accustomed to the routine. However, the S-class beauties in the class were still engrossed in romantic discussions. Wait, you exchanged contacts right after that. Looks like destiny, Sara. Sara's conversation with the other S-class beauties was straightforward. She kept the rooftop incident and the fact that Haruya was a fellow student at the same high school a secret. She only conveyed the fact that they exchanged contacts. But, naturally, if she revealed that much, what happened? How did it lead to exchanging contacts? It was inevitable for them to ask about the details. Rin, who loved romantic talks, pressed Sara for information. Sara, looking shy, answered hesitantly. Well, it's a secret. Yuna and Rin exchanged surprised glances. Sara's bashful demeanor and her slightly blushed cheeks made her words even more intriguing. It was probably because Sara's gesture was so cute. Rin refrained from probing further and instead embraced Sara with a satisfied smile. Sara-chan, you're so cute right now. Okay, I won't ask about the details. But why keep it a secret? With a mischievous grin, Rin questioned Sara, who turned her face away. Sara, looking embarrassed, responded. Well, it's because my heart feels a bit fuzzy. Both Rin-san and Yuna-san are wonderful, so I don't want it to be known too much. Sara's words made Rin and Yuna exchange glances and smile. Although her statement confessed feelings of liking someone, Sara seemed unaware of it. I see. If that's the case, we won't pry into the details. Satisfied, Rin nodded several times, looking satisfied. Yuna, on the other hand, had a happy expression, with the corners of her mouth loosening. Sara was not aware of her feelings for Haru, but she had been afraid. If she revealed that Haru was a student from the same high school, and they got to know him, both Yuna and Rin might be drawn to him too. However, Sara couldn't help but want to talk about him. She had always struggled to keep up with discussions about the opposite sex, always feeling like she was left out. Sensing Sara's emotions, Yuna gently placed her hand on Sara's head. No, you don't have to worry about me and Rin. Sara, just talk about what you want to talk about. And if Rin goes too far out of curiosity. At that point, Yuna turned to Rin and pinched her nose. I'll punish her like this. Ouch. That hurts. Rin. Once Yuna let go, Rin, with tearful eyes, nodded in agreement. But yeah, you're right. We're friends, so don't worry too much, Sara-chan. Whenever you want to talk about it, just bring up the topic. In fact, you're always welcome. Encouraged by Rin and Yuna's words, Sara smiled gently. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to the topic. You exchanged contacts, right? Yes, that's right, but now that you've exchanged contacts, you're wondering what to do next, right? Yuna, perceptive as ever, asked Sara. Sara widened her eyes, and Rin, this time, embraced Yuna. Wow, Sara-chan's expression says it all. You're amazing, Yunarin. Hey, don't embrace me like that. Hey, Yunarin, you smell nice. Hey, don't sniff me. Listening to this exchange, some classmates had various thoughts. Is this paradise? Teehee. I'm starting to feel embarrassed just watching. And so, everyone seemed to share similar sentiments. Yuna desperately tried to pull Rin away, and as Rin was freed, she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten to convey to Sara. Oh, by the way, Sara-chan, you also smell really nice. See, Sara looks troubled. The conversation always derails with her. Yuna sighed in exasperation and scolded Rin. Then, they returned to the main topic. So, after exchanging contact information, you're not sure what to do next, right? Why yes. From there, the discussion among the top-tier beauties shifted to what to do after exchanging contact information. Now, while the S-class beauties were engrossed in their conversation, Haruya pretended to be asleep but was consciously listening. Internally, he couldn't help but want to scream. Ha! Isn't this strange? It feels like my likability hasn't decreased at all. In fact, his likability seemed to have increased. I need to intentionally lower my likability more during lunch break. The discussion continued on what to do after exchanging contacts. Sara asked other S-class beauties about it, but if we rewind a bit, she actually sent a message to Haruya the night before. If you're free during lunch tomorrow, would you come to the rooftop? So, to make sure she hadn't made the wrong choice, Sara asked the other S-class beauties. By the way, have you heard the name Oseyu? Listening to the S-class beauty's conversation, Haruya heard Sara's words. Oseyu, isn't that the name of the protagonist in a shoujo manga? Is something wrong? No, I just heard someone I know talking about how cool that person is. It's just the name of a character in a shoujo manga. Yunarin? You don't seem like someone who would read shoujo manga. Well, no, my cousin reads it a lot, so I've heard about it from her. Yeah, right. Yuna doesn't seem like the type to read shoujo manga. That's right. With the S-class beauty's conversation overheard, Haruya felt a shiver down his spine. Heimkawa is already trying to figure out who it is. Oh, this is getting scary. She sighed in relief that she used a fake name. But, I could get along really well with that cousin. Shoujo manga, featuring Oseyu, falls into the more obscure category. Yet, it's quite evident that those who can identify the manga character quickly are true enthusiasts. As Haruya, feeling an unexplained sense of closeness to someone he doesn't know, turned around, he was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder from behind. What's up? Getting interested in those S-rank beauties, right? With a smirk, Kazumaya, the occupant of the seat behind, inquired. Trying to keep it unnoticed, Haruya seemed to have been busted by Kazumaya for showing interest in the S-rank beauty's conversation. Haruya reluctantly lifted his heavy body and turned back lazily. Sorry. It's just surprising that a Kasaki is interested in the S-rank beauties, so I couldn't help but comment. Hey, there's been some stuff going on. Well, I can understand, you know? Haimkawa-san. It's interesting to see what she'll do now that she has someone she likes. I didn't ask for your opinion. Don't be so cold. These kinds of topics, my friends or acquaintances usually don't talk about them so willingly, you know? Setting aside the fact that I have no friends. Am I not even an acquaintance? Ignoring that remark, Haruya showed interest in Sara. Kazumaya then fluttered his hands in front of his face. Stop it. I didn't say anything about liking or confessing or whatever. Then why suddenly bring up Haimkawa-san? I just thought about taking the advice from last time seriously. The advice from last time was about expanding one's circle of friends by getting to know the S-rank beauties. Though Haruya didn't seem fully convinced, Kazumaya explained with a puzzled expression. Well, she's a celebrity in our class, right? Haimkawa-san. It seems she's got someone she's interested in lately, comes from a good family, and, in general, she's not the type to let others get close. So, there are few boys who confess to her. Suddenly, Haruya's heart skipped a beat. Understanding that the person she's interested in is most likely him, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Maintaining composure, he urged Kazumaya to continue. Study-wise, she's excellent, good at sports too. And she has a good-looking face and comes from a good background. Honestly, there's nothing to complain about. Sara seems to be a perfectionist, achieving actual results. Probably due to having no faults, many male students were captivated by her when they entered the school. However, Haruya had no idea about any of this. Well, since Haimkawa-san seems to have someone she likes now, it might be impossible, but good luck anyway. It's not like that. Brushing off Kazumaya's hand that had been placed on his shoulder, Haruya turned back to face forward. After the morning classes ended, it was lunch break. Haruya, in a less crowded spot, adjusted his hair, took off his glasses, and headed to the rooftop with a sandwich in hand. Opening the door to the rooftop, he was greeted by the clear sky and a pleasant breeze. Normally, going up to the rooftop would lift his spirits, but today, the oppressive feelings lingered. The reason was clear. Sara, with her sparkling hair, was there. Oh, Ose-san. Thank you for coming. Hello, Haimkawa-san. It seemed Sara had called out to Haruya just to have lunch together. Choosing to sit at a distance, Haruya sat down, and Sara even moved closer. Haruya forced a wry smile, but Sara had a gentle smile on her face. You don't have to be so nervous. And, calling me Sara is fine too. No, that's just a form of harassment. And, if I could just say it out loud, it's probably because I'm a wimp that I can't express myself too strongly. I'm just too pathetic, damn it. Calling her by her first name, Sara, felt embarrassing, and there was no other reason but the embarrassment hitting me. Feeling my own incompetence, I opened the sandwich wrapper. Let's eat. After offering a pre-meal greeting by clasping my hands, I, Haruya, took a bite of the sandwich. Is it from the convenience store? Well, yeah. Do you usually eat convenience store food? I live alone, and cooking is a hassle. So it just ends up like this. I see. I understand the feeling, living alone myself. Saying this, she gives a wry smile and stiffens her face. Is she disappointed knowing I'm a lazy piece of shit? Haruya senses a definite reaction from Sara. A package of mochi falls from the shelf. Basically, I neglect cleaning, and I just get by with meals. That's me. In response to Haruya's continued statements, Sara lowers her face and then clenches her fist tightly. Observing her bright expression, it seems tense. Good reaction. This must be proof that my likability is going down. Thinking so, Haruya inwardly expresses joy, but sensing Sara's determination, he turns his attention to her. Would you like to eat my homemade lunch? What? Haruya inadvertently lets out a dumbfounded voice. Why? And the first question that comes up in his mind. Seeing Haruya perplexed, Sara either realizes her explanation was insufficient or she decides to clarify. I originally invited Ose-san here with that intention. I realized that I haven't properly thanked Ose-san. So I thought I should thank you in some way. No need to thank me. No, that's not possible. Not only did Ose-san help me from a pickup, but he also cared for me, and last weekend, he behaved like a gentleman. Not showing gratitude would be unacceptable. It's all a misunderstanding, and regarding last weekend, Haruya felt a sense of responsibility due to accidentally triggering her sensitive topic. Therefore, he tried to be gentlemanly, offering to carry her bags and being considerate, though none of it was required. Despite this, there's no reason for gratitude. When Haruya tries to deny this, Sara preemptively cuts him off. Ose-san, you acted with my well-being in mind. Isn't that right? A confident expression is directed at Haruya. Unable to deny her hopeful feelings, Haruya avoids her gaze ambiguously. Even if I say it's different, this is a kind of torture. Before her, Haruya explains how inadequate he is as a person, confessing one self-deprecating statement after another. There's nothing more painful than this. Taking silence as affirmation, Sara puts on a gentle smile and offers her homemade lunch to him. That's what I mean. So please accept it with gratitude. Anne. Why a lunchbox? Ose-san, you mentioned earlier that you often rely on convenience store lunches for lunch, so I thought nutritional balance is important. It seems that Sara made this suggestion out of concern for Haruya's health. Sara's bright expression also seemed to be a nervous one, as she lacked the courage to express her desire for him to eat the lunch she made. Well then, can I really eat this? Yes, please. With that, Sara handed a pair of disposable chopsticks to Haruya. Glancing at Sara, who had a tense expression, perhaps due to nerves about him accepting the lunch she made, Haruya picked up his chopsticks to try Sara's colorful and varied lunch. Tamagoyaki, porridge, salad, and more. To be honest, every dish was delicious, and he couldn't help but praise them involuntarily. Unable to lie about the delicious food, or rather, the words "it's good" slipped out reflexively. Haruya had intended to lower Sara's favorability by claiming the food wasn't tasty, but that plan miserably failed. As the next tactic, Haruya attempted to monopolize Sara's lunch. In essence, he tried to eat a lot of the lunch without thinking about Sara and intentionally eat less of the portion meant for her, a rather mean-spirited strategy. Silently devouring Sara's lunch, with every bite of the elaborate dishes, he couldn't help but appreciate the flavors. The guilt is overwhelming, but I'm sure this will lower my rating. Believing this, Haruya inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. However, contrary to Haruya's expectations, Sara looked at his profile with a somewhat satisfied expression. She seems happy that I'm enjoying her lunch this much. Feeling her heart pounding, Sara, with a slightly raised voice, continues while looking into Haruya's eyes. If it's okay, I would be happy if we could have lunch together here from now on. Haruya couldn't help but feel annoyed inside. Every time I come here, I have to worry about people staring and fix my hair. But, for the sake of lowering her self-esteem, continuing to interact with her in the future seems unavoidable. Well. Still, with a bit of hesitation, Haruya responded, and Sara joined in. If that's the case, I'll be waiting here tomorrow too. Faced with a smile like sunlight, Haruya could only nod with a wry smile. All right, I'll come again. And so, Haruya made it a daily routine to share secret moments with Sara on the rooftop. But, let me say one thing. Haimkawa-san, you're smiling to cover it up, but you're also taking advantage of the rooftop. Haruya inwardly Section. Just before the end of school, the time before homeroom on the way home. Between finishing a boring class and the teacher arriving, classmates were chatting lively, and the classroom was filled with noise. In this midst, Haruya, alone, lay on the desk with a calm feeling. It's so nice when someone enjoys the bento you made. I know. Especially when someone you want to eat it appreciates it. It's really heartwarming. Yeah, I haven't experienced it myself, but I can imagine the feeling. And so, the topic of such S-class beauties suddenly caught Haruya's ear. What's up? Could it be, Sara-chin, were you absent during lunch because of that? Oh, that's what I was wondering too. And no, it's not like that, but when I imagined it, I felt a surge of excitement. Inwardly stunned by Sara's cheerful comment, Haruya couldn't help but think, this can't be true. Haruya felt frustrated that his actions were being interpreted positively against his expectations. Why? Why would she be happy that I'm eating it? I should have eaten so much that it's almost annoying. Thinking so, Sara, as if to cross-check, added an explanation to the other S-rank beauties. At first, even if someone says it's delicious, I doubt it's just flattery. But when someone enjoys it so much, I feel it from the bottom of my heart. Also, I don't actually have much confidence in cooking. Yeah, if he eats a lot, it's not just flattery, right? The amount he eats builds trust, right? Rin nodded in agreement, and Sara nodded vigorously as if strongly endorsing that. Maybe that person also saw through that. As Sara contemplated this possibility, her heart pounded, thinking that the man she had a fateful encounter with might have seen through her true self. The idea that he might have seen through her so deeply made her feel embarrassingly self-conscious. Sara desperately tried to suppress the blush rising from her chest with heat, not wanting it to show. Watching Sara's reaction, Rin added a comment that felt like a blow. Someday, it would be great if that person could eat a lot of your lunch. Yeah, I'm cheering for you too. Following Rin, Yuna spoke, and Sara raised an eyebrow, smiling. While hiding her emotions, Sara let her thoughts gather in her heart. Both Yuna-san and Rin-san seem envious. It's the first time I've felt so uplifted. Hee. Sara desperately suppressed the urge to smirk. Meanwhile, Haruya, who had been listening to Sara's words near their seats, was internally holding his head and screaming. This can't be happening. Or is it just my imagination that her liking me has increased? Having acted with the intention of lowering Sara's favorability, erasing her interest in him, and avoiding being the topic of conversation among the S-rank beauties, Haruya felt that everything had turned out counterproductive. The only thing he was still managing to protect was his true identity not being exposed. At least, this was something he absolutely had to defend. Feeling a sense of danger from this incident, Haruya decided to contact someone for advice. He sent a message to Nayu. Nayu-san, can we meet for an offline gathering tonight? Sure, I can make it. When he sent the message, one of the S-rank beauties, Yuna, asked curiously, Yuna-rin? Who's the message from? And nothing, really. Why are you hiding it so much? It really is nothing. And so, when Rin pressed her, Haruya couldn't realize that Yuna was desperately trying to cover up. Section. Around 19 o'clock, the time had passed slightly. The sky was already faintly darkening, and the moon was showing its face. Haruya styled his hair with wax and wore a white shirt with a black cardigan, waiting alone at the designated meeting spot, the station, for the arrival of a person. Despite it being spring, the night air had a slight chill to it. Arriving a bit earlier than the meeting time, Haruya contemplated stepping indoors to escape the cold when, Haru-san, sorry to keep you waiting. A transparent voice, representing elegance and maturity, reached Haruya from behind. Turning around, he saw a woman with an air of maturity, seemingly a bit unsettled. She wore a slightly oversized hoodie with denim pants. A casual outfit with a touch of sexiness emanating from the typical casual clothing worn by adults. The elegance came from her poised demeanor and undeniable beauty. However, Haruya had never seen her face without sunglasses. Sorry. Did I keep you waiting? No, I just got here a little while ago. Oh, good then. Engaging in the classic interaction that could be mistaken for a couple, Haruya looked around, feeling a sudden awkwardness. Now that I think about it, there are quite a few couples around here. This was the famous fountain area in the station, often used as a meeting place. However, today, there seemed to be an unusually high number of young couples, especially for a weekday. If you look at us, we might seem like a couple too. While thinking this, Haruya couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Nayu seemed to sense the same atmosphere. Seems like there are a lot of couples today. Yeah, it does look that way. Indeed, couples with linked arms passed by in the direction they were facing. We might also look like a couple from an outsider's perspective. Her voice, sensual and alluring, was something Haruya wished she wouldn't use. It unintentionally made his heart race. Does Nayu-san not feel embarrassed saying these things? While thinking this, Haruya noticed that Nayu, with her adult composure, showed no signs of being perturbed. Despite feeling embarrassed, he couldn't find any hints of discomfort in her. Feeling awkwardness, Haruya glanced at Nayu, who, while fidgeting with her hair, apologized in a somewhat sheepish manner. "By the way, sorry for not dressing up today. I didn't put much thought into my outfit." "You're all stylish, Haru-san." "No, don't worry about it. And I don't really see a reason for you to apologize. Isn't it a bit rude to not dress up when the other person is all stylish?" "So, sorry. I just came in casual clothes today. I thought it was nothing to worry about, from Haruya's point of view since he was dressed up, but it seems she was wrong." While Nayu mentioned that she dressed casually today, her attire actually suited her quite well. It was a loose-fitting style, yet it highlighted her charm. "I don't think I'm particularly dressed up today. I think it suits you. A bit boyish, though. Loose-fitting clothes with a bit of room." Even in such attire, the beauty of the person wearing it appeared fresh and alluring in Haruya's eyes. However, terms like cute or beautiful were not something he could say directly to the person. Blushing, Haruya scratched his cheek and gave his honest opinion about her outfit. "Ah. Why yeah. Haru-san, is this your kind of style?" Her voice carried a mischievous undertone. After widening her beautiful eyes, she continued speaking from lips that shone with a glossy lip color. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and she had a calm expression on her face. "Thank you. It suits you as always, Haru-san." Calling it as usual probably referred to Haruya's fashion, which rarely deviated from the white and black theme. Though being praised wasn't a bad thing, the presence of many couples around made Haruya feel a bit strange. Trying to divert the conversation, he asked Nayu a question. "Is there any place you want to go eat?" "Well, last time was at a family restaurant. But there's a popular cafe near the station." For a moment, thoughts of the coffee shop he frequented as a regular customer crossed Haruya's mind. If Nayu was also a regular there, it would be a pleasant surprise. However, as soon as Nayu mentioned it being near the station, Haruya shrugged. "They say the sweets there are really good. So, if you're okay with it, shall we go there? If you have somewhere else in mind, I'm fine with that too. If you're looking for a coffee shop, there's no better place than a place you regularly go to as a regular." Haruya thought, but when he heard that it had a good reputation, he was instantly intrigued. "Anything sounds good. Let's go there." "Sure, let's go." With Nayu leading the way, seemingly eager to guide him, Haruya followed her. Haruya followed her and started walking to the coffee shop. Section. An offline meeting is when people who have connected online, usually through social media or other online platforms, meet in person due to shared interests. However, Nayu and Haruya had some rules for their offline meetings. Firstly, they would share and discuss their favorite shoujo manga. Secondly, they agreed not to pry into each other's private lives. These are the two rules. So, as usual, Nayu and Haruya ordered some food at the cafe, discussed their thoughts on shoujo manga, and Haruya recommended some manga to Nayu. After talking animatedly about manga for about 20 minutes, the manga discussion took a temporary pause. "By the way, Haru, you're a fan of black coffee, right?" Nayu casually dropped this statement while sipping her coffee. Haruya always ordered black coffee at the cafe, enjoying its aroma, richness, and taste. He was currently savoring the scent of his coffee. "Nayu, aren't you into black coffee?" Considering Nayu's mature image, Haruya had assumed she would prefer her coffee black. "I'm not a fan of it being too bitter." Nayu chuckled, and then she reached for the milk and sugar on the table to add to her coffee. Haruya couldn't help but interrupt. "Surprisingly, the black coffee here isn't that bitter. Want to give it a try?" Haruya found this black coffee quite easy to drink. At first, Nayu frowned at his casual suggestion, but after a moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and decided to give it a shot. "If Haru says so, I'll believe it. Let's start by enjoying the aroma. Like this, savoring the coffee, right?" She intentionally crossed her legs, struck a triumphant pose, and even though her eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, the narrowed look conveyed a sense of arrogance. "Doesn't this feel like a cool and mature woman?" The prejudice was evident. Crossing her legs, resting an elbow on the table, Nayu stared out of the window with a bored expression. Despite the forced act, it added to her allure, radiating a sophisticated career woman vibe. Well, maybe my choice of outfit wasn't the best, Nayu mumbled while tugging at her loose hoodie. Despite that, she looked towards Haruya as if saying, "But isn't this fine?" Then, with a cool demeanor, she brought the coffee to her lips. Not bad. She suddenly widened her eyes, a pained expression on her face. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her previously cool demeanor was instantly shattered. The appearance of a mature woman who can afford to be mature is no longer there. Tongue slightly out, Nayu stared at Haruya with a resentful look. "Tea too bitter. Haru, you liar. No, I genuinely thought the black coffee here was easy to drink. Don't laugh. It's a bit embarrassing." Seeing Nayu acting shy, Haruya couldn't help but chuckle. She had transformed from a mature woman to a child in an instant, and it seemed adorable to him. To avoid Nayu's dissatisfaction turning towards him, Haruya abruptly changed the topic. However, for Haruya, this was the main topic for today. Suddenly, "But, can I talk to you about something? Can I refuse? It's not something weird." Even though Haruya answered promptly, Nayu blatantly showed her displeasure. However, she quickly sighed, as if saying fine, and gestured for him to continue. At least she seemed willing to listen to the conversation. Actually, while skimming the details, Haruya shared his thoughts with Nayu. He wanted to change the current situation where he felt overestimated and misunderstood. After finishing his story, Nayu pointed her index finger at Haruya. "That's easy. If you think you're being overestimated, why don't you just go on a date with that girl?" Date? Haruya was taken aback by Nayu's suggestion. "If you spend time together naturally, you'll see each other's true selves. I think that'll solve the overestimation issue." She stated that there was no need for tricks, and time would resolve the problem. Well, but isn't that a bit too simple? It's just a matter of sharing time between a man and a woman, that's all. Even though Nayu didn't need to mention it, she quickly shook her head as if realizing her unnecessary comment. "Oh, by the way, this isn't a date, it's an offline meeting." "I get it, but..." Nayu raises her eyebrows when I answer her immediately. When Haruya tilts his head at Nayu, she clears her throat to cover her mistake. "Well, that's fine. Anyway, if there's any advice I can give to Haru-san, it's probably just to go on a normal date." A date, huh? I see. Honestly, although not enthusiastic, her opinion was something to consider. "Thanks, Nayu-san. I appreciate it." "And no, it's nothing." And with that, the topic came to an end, and the two continued their discussion on shoujo manga until they parted ways. Section. During the lunch break the next day, Haruya and Sara, having come to the rooftop immediately, were having their lunch in the same way as yesterday, sitting side by side. Haruya had planned to intentionally not eat Sara's lunch to lower her likability, but, "Thank you for coming again today. She's very earnest. I wasn't confident in my cooking, but since you enjoyed it yesterday, would you mind having it again today?" Being so humble like this, Haruya couldn't refuse Sara's request to not eat, and he felt a strange sense of frustration. My incompetent self. "Oh, by the way, the food is delicious." For some reason, feeling frustrated internally, Haruya munched on Sara's lunch while silently cursing his own incompetence. Without lying about the tasty food, and in response to Sara's anxious question, "How is it?" Sara anxiously asks him. "It's delicious. Really delicious." Haruya, clenching his fist tightly out of anger towards his own incompetence, could only honestly say. However, inwardly, he cursed himself, "You idiot." Seeing Haruya's reaction, Sara, misunderstanding that he was so moved by her homemade meal, smiled contentedly. "If Ose-san appreciates something I did, it makes me happy." Amidst such misunderstandings, Haruya, feeling rushed, decided to propose a date. Because, to improve the overestimated evaluation of himself, a date where they spend more time together is essential, as he learned from Nayu, his fellow manga enthusiast, yesterday. Since the bento strategy failed, Haruya, looking for the right timing, asked Sara. You know, I wanted to know more about you, Heimkawa-san. I was wondering if you could go on a date with me this weekend. Inadvertently, with a nervous voice, Haruya proposed to Sara. Sara was surprised by the unexpected proposal. Opening her eyes wide, Sara blushed as she tried to understand the meaning of Haruya's words. Her heart is thumping and she is aware that her body is burning up. If it's okay with me. Please. Yeah, I appreciate it. For a moment, he was worried about being rejected, but she agreed, relieving Haruya. Nervous about inviting her on a date. What am I doing? Reflecting on how he couldn't smoothly ask her out and became awkward, Haruya's whole body heated up. Regardless, the date between Haruya and Sara was decided. On the day of the date, the awaited day of the date arrived. The weather today was perfect, with clear skies extending endlessly. Ideal conditions for a date. Haruya, dressed stylishly rather than showing his gloomy appearance at school, hurried to the meeting place to avoid being late. However, at such a moment, "Mommy, where are you?" On the way to the meeting place, in a park that served as a shortcut, he heard the voice of a little girl seeking help. Surely, someone around will do something about it. Such a passive approach would be no good. Indeed, there were some people who pretended not to notice or observed from a distance. Without any hesitation, Haruya, without relying on others, approached the little girl. Bending down, he adjusted his gaze to the girl's level. Big brother. Who are you? Judging from her appearance, the girl seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old. For now, Haruya breathed a sigh of relief that she didn't start crying or making a fuss. I'm Haruya Akasaki. Just Haruya. What's your name? I'm Miyu. Got it, Miyu-chan. Yes, Miyu. Big brother's name is Haruya. Even though he was relieved that she was an energetic child despite being lost, Haruya didn't know how to handle children. Anyway, as long as she seemed lively, that was good. After a moment of relief, Haruya tried to ask about her parents. Excuse me, sir. We'd like to hear your side of the story. At that moment, coincidentally, police officers arrived. Please. Thank you for helping, big brother. The police officer asked Haruya to accompany him in a refreshing tone. Well, I knew this was coming. Haruya was now certain that he would be late for the date. Well, it might be effective in lowering Heimkawa-san's favorability, but this is also a matter of common decency. Being late is generally unacceptable. Even when trying to lower Sara's favorability, Haruya had his own constraints on acceptable actions. Being late was certainly among the actions he shouldn't take. Haruya. The only thing saving him was that this child was enjoying herself by just calling his name without bursting into tears, behaving well even at the police station. It was a big relief for Haruya. As a result, sorry, Akasaki-san. I've caused you trouble. Haruya was bound by time until Miyu's parents arrived. Haruya had informed Sara about the delay, but when he arrived at the meeting place, Sara was already there, as expected. She was dressed in black, with a red and black checkered skirt. The contrast with her fair skin was captivating, and a stylish necklace sparkled around her neck, enhancing Sara's glamorous appearance. Her light makeup highlighted her facial features, adding to her allure. Although it was from a distance, Haruya quickly spotted Sara amidst the surroundings due to her radiance. Sorry for being late. Is everything okay? Sara's response was not blaming or displeased, but rather, she expressed concern for Haruya, her voice gentle. No. Sorry. I just got delayed. There wasn't any particular reason, but Haruya decided to keep the incident with the lost little girl to himself. Simply explaining was too troublesome, and making up overly elaborate excuses would only invite suspicion. Is that so? Sara furrowed her brows suspiciously, but it was just a momentary reaction. She quickly switched her mood and continued with a bright voice. Ose-san, your outfit today looks really good on you. Thank you. As Haruya replied, Sara continued to gaze at him with eyes that seemed to be pleading or appealing for something. Haruya, perplexed, tilted his head, but her round eyes didn't seem to want to leave him. After a while, Sara, somewhat hesitantly, looked up with upturned eyes. Her cheeks seemed to puff up ever so slightly. Is my outfit today weird? Her eyes were silently pleading for him to say something. Haruya, reflexively, responded with a genuine "It suits you really well. Thank you." Confirming that Sara's anxious expression had brightened, Haruya inwardly scolded himself. Hey, you should have said it doesn't suit her. Why am I just stating my honest opinion straightforwardly? Today's date is not for fun. Its purpose is to reconsider Sara's excessive, perhaps fabricated, overestimation of himself and make her lose interest in him. Haruya shook his head vigorously, as if trying to change his consciousness right there. Do we have a plan for today? Standing next to Haruya, Sara asked with eyes filled with anticipation. Yeah, I have it all planned out, so leave it to me. Yes. Thank you very much. When Haruya gave her a refreshing smile, Sara nodded and wore a gentle smile. I can handle leading the date. Sorry, Heimkawa-san. But, my evaluation is sure to drop after today. With an evil grin in his heart, Haruya and Sara walked shoulder to shoulder towards their destination. Hey, Heimkawa-san, you haven't had lunch yet, right? It was around 1 p.m. A perfect time for lunch. Yes, not yet. Got it. Let's start by having lunch. I was just getting hungry, so that works for me. And so, the two immediately proceeded to have lunch. On the way to their destination, the streets were quite crowded, perhaps because it was a holiday. Especially the street with stylish cafes was teeming with couples. There are a lot of couples here. Sara murmured in a small voice. Well, it's the weekend, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if we look like a couple to others. I don't know. To be honest, Haruya thought they probably didn't look like a couple. There was a clear distance between him and Sara. They didn't hold hands or do anything couple-like. They just walked side by side, maintaining some distance. The student-like couple walking ahead of Haruya and Sara occasionally held hands with a closeness that suggested their shoulders might touch. Well, I guess that's the kind of closeness you'd expect from a couple. Haruya's gaze, with a wry smile, followed the couple in front, and Sara timidly spoke up. Is it normal for people to be so close like that? Sara's face flushed with confusion and embarrassment. Well, but I think that level looks like a couple. Casually, Haruya said, and Sara closed the distance with Haruya by just one step. A faint citrus scent stimulated Haruya's nostrils. It was a distance where their hands might touch while walking. Inadvertently, when Haruya looked at Sara standing beside him, Sara said something with a shy expression. I find it embarrassing to be that close. So, maybe this much. Sara offered a reserved smile, intertwining her fingers. What is this adorable creature? Blushing cheeks, yet adorable gestures. Her actions were charming, and Haruya couldn't help but think, cute. Haruya immediately reminded himself, no, that's not it, I won't let it be like that. Today's goal for the date was to lower Sara's favorability. Praising her as cute would be counterproductive, so he had to avoid thinking of her as cute as much as possible. While maintaining composure to conceal his unease, Haruya asked Sara, but why do we need to have a couple's distance? I checked around, and there weren't many people of the opposite sex with a distance like ours. So, I wanted to blend in with the surroundings. Is that not okay? Haruya was met with Sara's sorrowful eyes. Haruya felt his face getting warm, but he couldn't bring himself to say it was not okay. If I say it's not okay here, it might seem like I'm just trying to hide my embarrassment. It seemed counterproductive, so Haruya could only nod. Thank you. Seeing her smile with her teeth showing, Haruya felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. It felt like she was getting what she wanted. Damn it, this beautiful girl. Next time, I won't let things go her way. With that thought in his mind, Haruya quickened his pace to the destination. Section. Here is. Lucky house. Let's have lunch here. Feeling embarrassed, they walked for about 15 minutes. The two arrived at a large chain restaurant specializing in gyudon, beef bowl. It had a menu primarily centered around affordable gyudon, beef bowl, and the predominant customer base consisted of salarymen or students, with a common feature being a higher number of male customers. Choosing such restaurant as the lunch spot for a date would generally be considered lacking in taste due to its inexpensive menu. Haruya deliberately selected restaurant to lower Sara's evaluation of him. Haruya genuinely thought that Sara would be disappointed in him, but, should we go in? Her face seemed tense, but for some reason, Haruya felt her energy level was surprisingly high. Why yeah. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Sara, the two entered restaurant. After being guided to a table, Sara began to look around the restaurant with eyes that seemed to be observing something strange. She appeared fidgety, lacking composure. Observing Sara's behavior with curiosity, Haruya noticed her fidgety movements. When she noticed his gaze, Sara fidgeted even more before answering. I'm sorry, but this is my first time coming to this place. Oh, is that so? Yes, so I'm a bit nervous right now. I'm sorry. But, it's unusual for someone not to have been to restaurant before. Well, that might be true. I come from a strict and affluent family, so I haven't had many chances to visit these kinds of places. But before Haruya could mention that she knew about family restaurant visits, Sara preemptively responded. I knew about family restaurants because we occasionally went there as a family. But, I haven't had many opportunities to visit other places like this. And, with a self-deprecating expression, Sara lowered her face once before breaking into a beaming smile. I've actually wanted to try a Gyuden place for a while, but as a woman alone, the hurdle was high. However, thanks to Ose-san suggesting it, I could finally come. Thank you very much. Seeing Sara's genuine smile, Haruya inadvertently broke into a cold sweat. No. This is weird. Why pinpoint that exactly? Thinking that the purpose was to lower her favorability, Haruya couldn't help but feel a headache. At first, he tried to convince himself that she was just being considerate, but seeing Sara's satisfied expression, he couldn't deny that she genuinely felt grateful. She understands me without putting it into words. Maybe Ose-san is really my destined one. Internally, Haruya was panicking, thinking that now the only way to disappoint her was through the taste. Ose-san, this is really delicious. It was a situation reminiscent of a noble young lady being impressed by cup ramen for the first time. Sara's eyes sparkled as she savored the beef bowl, genuinely melting with delight. Unbelievably tasty. Sugoi. Hihi, Ose-san, your Japanese is still a bit basic. Sara laughed amusingly, but for Haruya, it was no laughing matter. If he allowed himself to be overestimated further, discussions about S-class beauties would spread, making school an unbearable place for him. I need to lower the evaluation next time. Hang in there, don't give up. That was the only thing Haruya could strongly convince himself of at the moment. Section. Leaving the beef bowl chain behind, the place Haruya proposed they head to was the second floor here. It seems like there are various sports, games, and even karaoke. Oh, it sounds like there's a lot to do here. It seemed like a large entertainment facility. Haruya's reason for suggesting this place was that if he could defeat Sara thoroughly in various sports and games, he might be able to lower his evaluation. He schemed that this might be a way to achieve it. I heard that in places like this, men usually go easy and try to make their date happy. But I'll go without holding back. While harboring this wicked plan in his heart, Sara suddenly asked a question as they stood side by side. Ose-san, is this your first time here? It is. We should probably go to the second floor for the procedures. Shall we then? So, the two headed upstairs and started the procedures. Since there was a student discount available at the ticket machine, Haruya used it, and when he saw the next screen, his eyes widened. So that's how it is. What happened? In addition to the student discount, it seems there's an additional discount for couples. Sara blushed slightly upon hearing Haruya's explanation. There seem to be various sales, and there's even one for couples. What do you think? Sara nodded her head and said, taking advantage of discounts is always a good idea. So, after confirming there weren't many people around, they purchased tickets for couples. For Haruya, it was economically beneficial to choose the cheaper option. With the tickets handed over to the staff at the entrance, Haruya asked Sara. Where should we go first? Any place you want to visit? Well, oh, I'd like to try that. After staring at the guideboard for a while, Sara pointed to the central skating rink inside the building. I've never done it before, so I thought it might be an interesting experience. Is that okay? It's been a while since I did it in elementary school, roller skating. Let's give it a try. Both being inexperienced, there was still some anxiety, but they quickly put on protective gear. Haruya thought that Sara, being a girl, might prefer sports or activities she was familiar with, but it seemed that Sara was an adventurer at heart. Once ready, the two headed to the skating rink. Shall we skate? Why yes. Haruya was about to try circling the rink, but he noticed something. Sara's legs were shaking, and it seemed challenging for her to start skating. Upon closer inspection, she was leaning against the wall. Are you okay? Haimkawa-san. I'm sorry. It's unexpectedly frightening. If it's your first time, it can't be helped. I haven't done it since elementary school. Ose-san, you're good at this, right? Surprised that Haruya could skate well, Sara widened her eyes. I'm surprised myself, but it seems like I still remember the sensation. If it's not too much trouble, could you teach me the tricks or something? The key is probably not to be unnecessarily scared. It feels like you're struggling due to crisis awareness. Indeed, children were gliding smoothly compared to adults. While kids didn't think much about falling, mature adults always considered the risk of injury. It was natural, but in terms of skating, going fast was less risky than going slow. So, I think it's best to go for it and skate boldly. Can I skate first to show you? Suggesting to showcase his skating skills as an example, Haruya proposed this to Sara, who shook her head slightly. No, it's not allowed. Being left alone would make anxious, but then Haruya would be unable to move freely. Wondering what to do, Sara, as if offering a brilliant idea, grabbed the hem of Haruya's clothes. I want to get used to skating first, so can I be led by Ose-san? In other words, since Sara is afraid to skate alone, she wants Haruya to lead her to get used to it. That's Sara's plan. No, I'm not used to skating either. Besides, even with protective gear, isn't it still dangerous? It's okay to go along the wall. Please. Modestly but desperately pleading, Sara made her request. To be honest, Haruya didn't quite understand why Sara was so determined to skate. Maybe she wanted to try it out of curiosity, but it didn't seem like a strong reason to challenge something scary. Curious, Haruya decided to ask Sara. I'm okay with it, but is there a reason you're putting in so much effort to skate? Well, it's because the children look like they're having so much fun skating. I thought it would be fun once I got used to it. I see. Looking around, he could see children having fun skating. Sara added, frowning slightly and tightening her lips. I don't want to settle for not being able to do what kids can do. Seemingly competitive, Sara puffed her cheeks for a moment. Soon after, she returned to her usual composed expression. Fut. Seeing this unexpected side of Sara, Haruya couldn't help but let out a small laugh. What's so funny? Sorry. Sara, who seemed more childish than he thought, remained puffed up for a moment but soon lowered her gaze and grabbed the hem of Haruya's clothes again. Well then, excuse me. All right, let's slowly skate along the wall. Why yes. As Haruya observed Sara, who was slightly nervous, he also started feeling a bit embarrassed. Thus, the practice of Sara skating with rollerblades began. She can't skate at all, so the bet won't work without this. Reluctantly, roll. There was the figure of a beautiful girl with light brown hair, gracefully gliding on the rink. The skating rink, being an indoor space, attracted a lot of attention. Many users were captivated by her beauty and graceful movements. I did it. It's fun, Ose-san. You catch on fast. Not even 20 minutes into practice. Sara, who had overcome her fear of skating, was now able to skate without Haruya's support. Isn't her growth rate too incredible? Well, it did help me, though. While casually watching Sara gracefully glide on the ice, Haruya couldn't help but recall the moments when they were both skating earlier. He remembered Sara clinging to the hem of his clothes just a while ago. Although Sara is now elegantly maneuvering on the ice, not long ago, she clung not only to the hem of Haruya's clothes but even tightly held onto his arm. Sometimes, her ample chest would press against his arm, creating an awkward sensation for Haruya. Squish, squish. At times, Sara would press against him, and he could feel the softness against his back. It made Haruya's heart race, and he couldn't stay calm. As that time came to an end, Haruya couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh. That sensation was dangerous. Therefore, Haruya was relieved that Sara quickly grasped the technique. After a while, Sara returned to Haruya, who was standing near the wall. "Ose-san, let's skate together." In high spirits, Sara suggested. If she had a tail, it would probably be bouncing around. "Alright, how about we make it a competition?" "A sea competition?" Unexpectedly, Sara's eyes widened. "The one who completes 2 laps first wins." Saying this, Sara answered with a challenging smile. "Finally, the time has come. The time for my evaluation to be judged fairly." Internally, Haruya raised the corners of his mouth in a smug grin. Let's win without mercy. After enjoying a few rounds of skating and feeling satisfied, the two decided to stop. They then enjoyed various sports such as batting, badminton, table tennis, golf, and more, making the most of the large entertainment facility. Although Haruya challenged Sara to various games every now and then, the result was that Haruya lost every single time. Even though he gave it his all without holding back, he couldn't win in any of them. This is beyond embarrassing, isn't it, me? Feeling disappointed with the results. Haruya's original goal was to show Sara that he wasn't that capable of a guy after all. However, but being so weak, it's a bit painful to have my evaluation lowered for not being able to do things. Regret and a sense of pathetic self-loathing swirl simultaneously in my chest. Princess Heimkawa has impressive athletic skills. While searching for a resting spot, Haruya expressed his admiration to Sara. In response to his words, Sara lowered the corners of her eyes and slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. "I am none other than the daughter of the Heimkawa family." Unconsciously, she wore an expression that seemed to say, "Of course, I can do these things." However, it seemed that Haruya had some issues with Sara's statement. "Doesn't it have nothing to do with the family background?" With a puzzled expression, Haruya said, causing Sara to abruptly stop in her tracks. "Ha! If Heimkawa-san can do sports and academics, I don't see how it's related to her family background." Following Haruya's words, Sara remained silent for a moment, tightly closing her lips. My family is from a traditional and strict, prestigious background. So, excelling in both academics and sports is natural for me. Sure, there might be some connection, but I think it's not everything. Sorry, let me correct myself there. While we don't know the exact background of the Heimkawa family, we can infer from the image that it's a conservative and strict household, emphasizing the importance of living up to the family name. But even if that's the case, if it were me, I'd probably run away or rebel immediately. Just because it's the family's policy doesn't mean it's easy to handle. No matter how much the surroundings encourage and provide a good environment, ultimately, the person has to put in the effort themselves. Of course, the environment is an important factor, but at the end of the day, the individual needs to persevere. Haruya strongly believed in recognizing the person who had overcome challenges. And also, it doesn't sit well with me if I lost just because she's the daughter of the Heimkawa family. In other words, well, not because she's the daughter of the Heimkawa family, but because she's Sara Heimkawa, that's why she's amazing. At least, that's what I think. Haruya said it with conviction. In response, Sara widened her eyes, then her expression changed suddenly. It was almost as if she was trying to cover up her embarrassment. "Thank you." In a voice so soft it could barely be heard, she spoke with her eyes downcast. Would you like to try that?" As if blatantly changing the subject, Sara pointed to something. Instinctively, Haruya squinted his eyes. "Is it okay if it's scary?" Sara pointed to a gun-shooting game full of horror. Haruya have never played this game before, but it was obvious from the appearance of the game cabinet that it looked scary. "I'm okay, But are you sure, Heimkawa-san? Usually, girls are not great with this kind of thing. I've never played that kind of game, so I want to try, Sara said, grabbing her own chest tightly. From her gesture, it was clear that she was nervous. Sara seemed to have an adventurous mindset, as Haruya had noticed during skating. Is it okay, really? I'm fine. Checking once again, Haruya and Sara entered the box-shaped console together. Sitting down and manipulating the controls for a while, Sara picked up the gun placed in front of her. She looked closely, seemingly fascinated, then nodded to herself. I see. So, we shoot zombies in this game. Her voice seemed to tremble, but Sara had a curious glint in her eyes. Oh, this game. It measures our heart rate. Meaning, we can see how scared each other gets, right? Sara said, looking at Haruya with anxious eyes. If the heart rate is displayed, it means that no matter how much you pretend to be brave, it will reveal how scared you really are. Apparently, this game is designed to expose the coward within. I'll take the challenge, then. Even so, Sara confidently suggested. Of course. The one with the higher heart rate loses, then. Yes. I've been losing every time so far, so I'll make sure to win this time. I hope so. And so, the two prepared to face the horror shooting game. My impressions after trying this type of game were that it focused more on thrilling and scaring than actual horror. Although I didn't scream, when zombies suddenly appeared in front of me, the shaking of the console made my body tremble involuntarily. But when a large number of zombies attacked, the horror aspect became significant because the faces of the zombies were emphasized in close-up shots. If I had been alone, I would have run away for sure. Hey, I didn't sign up for this shaking. Ose-san, zombies. I can't defeat the zombies. I don't want to see the screen. I'm closing my eyes. Sara's reactions, combined with her cute responses, somehow made the fear more bearable. After finishing a playthrough, the results of both their heart rates were displayed on the screen. Seeing the results, Haruya made a small triumphant gesture and called out to Sara. Heimkawa-san, it looks like I won. Yes, I won. In a horror game. Internally gloating, Haruya sighed softly. Feeling a bit defeated once again. Heimkawa-san? I tease. I'm fine. Yes. Despite insisting verbally, her complexion did not look fine at all. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled. Once they left the game cabinet, Sara huddled on the floor, holding her legs. Seeing her shivering, clearly terrified, Haruya felt a pang of guilt. He had originally intended to lower her favorability, so he hesitated to speak. However, against his better judgment, he reflexively offered a comforting suggestion. Should I lend you my hand? Internally, he scolded himself, thinking, I should have refrained from offering. It seemed that Sara was feeling the same way he was. As Haruya extended his hand, Sara tightly grabbed it. Her hand felt strangely cold. Haruya tried to pull her up, but something unexpected happened. Heimkawa-san, your hand. Even after helping Sara up and releasing her hand, she showed no signs of letting go of his. Haruya was taken aback. Immediately after called out to her, Sara turned her moist eyes to Haruya. Sorry. Can I hold your hand for a little longer? She said while she was holding hand. Even if he wanted to say no, seeing Sara's frightened eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Haruya found himself in a dilemma, scratching the back of his head, muttering quietly, well, I guess it can't be helped. If he forcefully let go of her hand now, it would be too obvious that he was trying to make her dislike him. He didn't want to behave so blatantly to be disliked. Sigh, I just want to make her lose interest in me without being disliked, that's all. Sighing, feeling disgusted with his own convenience, Haruya was at that moment. Just then, they unexpectedly encountered the girl from earlier. Oh, it's Haruya. Haruya. Hey, Miyu. Don't move without permission. At the direction of Haruya and Sara's gazes, a parent and child were approaching them. The parent and child happened to be the lost girl and her mother, whom Haruya had talked to around noon. Is that girl an acquaintance? No, Don't worry about it, Heimkawa-san. With a puzzled expression, Sara tilted her head. Haruya felt a sense of impatience. The reason for Haruya's concern was that the lost girl, Miyu, had called out to him as Haruya. The parent and child were aware of his real name, which he wanted to keep hidden. For now, all Haruya could do was try his best not to reveal his true identity to Sara. He involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Miyu approached without any consideration. Just then, Miyu's mother's phone rang, and she temporarily left Miyu in their care. Mom, Haruya is holding hand. Haru, you're playing hide and seek. Innocently clinging to him, Miyu seemed to find solace in Haruya. He could only manage a wry smile in response. Responding to Miyu's comment, Haruya felt Sara let go of his hand, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of them holding hands. Miyu continued, curious. Haruya, is this lady your wife? Well, not exactly. We're more like friends. Really? Then you're friends? In reality, Haruya had mistakenly assumed that he and Sara were just destined opponents. But to convey that to the young Miyu as destined opponents wouldn't make much sense. Therefore, Haruya nodded in agreement. Ah, Miss over there. Has a red face. Sara was pointed out by Miyu. Haruya didn't understand why Sara blushed when being called a friend. Nevertheless, seeing Sara with a red face, Haruya. Friend. It seems that Ose-san and I are friend. Internally, Sara seemed rather pleased with the idea. As they lingered in the aftermath of the encounter, Sara realized something and asked Haruya. Ose-san. By the way, what does Haruya mean? Well. Swoosh. Haruya unintentionally broke into a cold sweat and panicked. You shouldn't notice it. You shouldn't notice it. Trying not to lose composure, he reassured himself internally. See, I'm a cheerful guy, right? That's why they call me Haruya from the nickname Bright Man, he explained. Oh, I see. I actually thought you Ose might be a fake name. It was indeed the truth, but Haruya could only desperately cover it up. He couldn't afford to reveal his real name, his identity would be compromised. No, it's not like that at all. Yeah, really, it's not like that. Haruya nodded repeatedly to himself. Alright, it's about time, Heimkawa-san, let's go. He thought he could still manage. Just as he was about to make a hasty exit, Miyu's mother, returning from the phone call, added an unnecessary comment. Sorry about earlier, and for keeping my daughter company. Thank you so much, Mr. Akasaki, for being with her. With Miyu's mother's words, Haruya's mind went blank. Seeing Haruya in this state, Sara didn't press further. She mumbled, Akasaki? Akasaki, repeatedly, as if confirming. I'm done for. I can't possibly cover this up. If Miyu's words were still manageable, the appearance of her mother changed the game. The opponent was now an adult. Haruya couldn't afford to be suspected of using a fake name, as it would breed distrust. Thus, in this situation, the only thing Haruya could do was to ensure that nothing more embarrassing would be revealed. That is the only thing he can do. Heimkawa-san, it's about time for us to go. Haruya tried to guide Sara, but she didn't seem willing to move. Haruya, don't be mean to the lady. Miyu, the little girl, pointed out, which made Haruya say, I'm sorry, and lower his gaze, but this innocent remark became the catalyst for Haruya's tragedy. Hey, Miyu. Haruya is a big brother, right? Miyu's mother, rightfully as a parent, spoke the correct words to Miyu. Yes, Haruya Oniichan. Normally, being called big brother might have been heartwarming, but Haruya was not in a state to appreciate it. Inwardly, he was holding his head in despair, letting out a sigh repeatedly. What do I do? It's impossible already. Recalling his earlier casual excuse. See, I'm a cheerful guy, right? That's why they call me Haruya from the nickname Bright Man. He realized how this careless reasoning led to being called Haruya Oniichan. The main culprit should be Miyu's mother, but he couldn't blame her. He couldn't. This is bad, dangerous, and these three words echoed in his mind repeatedly. Ah, it seems we're running out of time, so we'll excuse ourselves now. Bye-bye, Haruya. I mean, Haruya Oniichan. Checking the time, it seemed urgent, so Miyu and her mother quickly left the scene. Left behind were only Haruya and Sara. Well, today was enjoyable, so let's head home. While convincing himself inwardly, as he was about to start walking, Haruya felt a tug at the hem of his clothes. Wait. Ose-san. I mean, Akasaki-san. The awkward atmosphere filled the air because his real name had been revealed. Simultaneously, the fact that it was a fake name had also come to light. Sara seemed to have several questions, but she first touched on the topic of his lateness. I was thinking as I listened to your story, but was your tardiness today really because you got lost, not because you helped Miyu-chan who got lost? Well, yeah, that's true. You should have just said that. After confirming just that, Sara seemed satisfied, and she smiled as she walked ahead. Haruya involuntarily let out a dumbfounded voice. He thought she might inquire about more, considering the circumstances. It was an unexpected, but I'm not angry about you using a fake name. Sorry, it's complicated. I don't want to stand out in class. I don't want to get into trouble with the school. These feelings are dominating Haruya's mind. Yes, I understand, don't worry, Sara said with a warm, humane smile. Haruya, on the other hand, had no reason to feel reassured. He could only hope for one thing. That he wouldn't encounter Sara in school and that there wouldn't be any opportunity for awkward interactions. Please, God, I really hope for that. Haruya could only rely on divine intervention in his heart. The next morning. Having welcomed the morning without getting any decent sleep, Haruya, burdened with more drowsiness than usual, headed to high school. After returning from yesterday's date, Haruya repeatedly begged Sara not to reveal his true identity with messages like, "Even if you know who I am, please don't tell anyone. I beg you." Sara responded with, "I get it, lol." But the issue wasn't significant enough to alleviate Haruya's anxiety. Arriving at school, Haruya, seated at his desk, was more engrossed in the conversations of S-class beauties than usual. However, from what he could hear, there was no indication that Sara was discussing his true identity. Still, it seemed they were discussing the ideal male figure, with S-class beauties exchanging opinions. What kind of person is Sara's ideal romantic partner? This question was posed by Yuna, who seemed somewhat bored. I think someone who doesn't use helping others as an excuse for being late is cool. Sara-chan. Can you give a specific scenario? Rin tilted her head cutely. Sara, recalling the time spent with Haruya yesterday, began to speak. For example, let's say there's a lost girl, and you help her. As a result, you end up being late, but you don't use that as an excuse and hide it. That's oddly specific. But, doing things like that casually, it feels cool, since you're not flaunting it. In response to Yuna's statement, Sara vigorously nodded, saying, exactly, doing kindness in secret. Yeah, that does sound cool. Anything else? Someone who puts their full effort into everything, maybe. I also find it cool if the person has a slightly childish side. This referred to the time Haruya challenged Sara to various competitions at the entertainment facility. Haruya had challenged her wholeheartedly, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, that's how Sara perceived Haruya's actions. In response to Sara's words, Yuna put her hand to her chin in thought. Putting full effort into everything, it does make you want to cheer for them. Like in studies or sports. Of course, there's studying, but I think sports or something where you can see the person's effort by their sweat is even better. Recalling Haruya, Sara spoke, and Rin narrowed her eyes, smiling mischievously. Wow, Sara-chan. That's quite specific. You seem really happy about it. Is it from personal experience? About that person? It's a secret. Oh, keeping it a secret. Sara, you look really happy. Yes, I'm really happy right now. So, while S-class beauties were engaging in such discussions, Haruya was desperately trying not to blush with embarrassment. Hearing his exaggerated actions being praised in his presence felt like a form of embarrassment play. Haruya suddenly remembered Sara's ideal male figure discussion. Someone who doesn't use helping others as an excuse for being late is cool. Like, for example, if there's a lost girl, and you help her. As a result, you end up being late, but you don't use that as an excuse and hide it. That's me. And it's not a fabrication, it's a fact that can't be denied. Someone who puts their full effort into everything, maybe. I also find it cool if the person has a slightly childish side. This might not be self-praise. I think she's referring to the challenges I proposed. I did put my all into each of them, and I did sweat a bit. Realizing he was talking about himself, Haruya acknowledged it and felt his face getting slightly warm. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a loud voice reached their ears. "Take your seats." It was the entrance of their homeroom teacher, Maika Tokoyami. In her mid-20s, Maika was the Japanese teacher, a woman with a height of 165 centimeters, unusually tall for a woman. She always wore a suit that complemented her appearance. Although it was 10 minutes before their usual homeroom time, Maika stood in front of the teacher's desk, instructing the chatty classmates to take their seats. "We have an exchange event with another class in the final class today, so I'll explain that." Surely, the early homeroom time was influenced by the explanation of the exchange event with another class. Hey, this is news to me. An exchange event with another class. Sounds interesting. There aren't many chances to interact with students from other classes, so I'm looking forward to it. The students' eyes were full of expectation as they looked at Maika. Despite the students around showing interest, Haruya casually ignored the teacher's explanation. However, he summarized the key points of the exchange event with other classes into 3. Gather in the gym within the specified time. Interact with students from other classes in a rotation format 4 times. Note, it might also involve interacting with classmates. Engage in a 3-minute conversation. These were the rough outlines. While students continued to be excited about the exchange event with other classes, Haruya paid no attention. He had already dismissed such events as irrelevant to him. But I can't help but be curious about Heimkawa-san's movements more than these events. Haruya suddenly turned his gaze to Sara, who was sitting nearby. He sighed inwardly. Section. Lunchtime arrived after the morning classes. After confirming that no one was around, Haruya put extra effort into making himself presentable in the restroom and headed to the rooftop. Going to the rooftop during lunchtime had become a routine for him. Upon opening the door, he could breathe in the fresh air and feel a sense of brightness. However, Haruya's current state of mind was filled only with impatience and despair. "Oh, Ose-san. I mean, Akasaki-san." Approaching the rooftop, he immediately spotted Sara. She turned around, wearing a bright smile and waving happily. Swallowing hard, Haruya cautiously approached Sara. Although it wasn't certain whether his true identity had been exposed, it was clear that it was only a matter of time now that his real name was known. Until now, Haruya had intentionally avoided sitting next to Sara and even distanced himself from her. However, now he chose to sit next to her, as decreasing Sara's evaluation of him and eliminating her interest would not be a wise move. The most practical thing Haruya could do now was to ask Sara to keep it a secret. In other words, he had to make her promise not to reveal his identity. But why wasn't she digging into the fake name, even though she knew? Haruya, holding back his thoughts, turned to Sara and, "Could you please not tell anyone about me? I'm begging you." He pleaded earnestly, and Sara, with a nonchalant expression, nodded. "As I mentioned in yesterday's message, I won't do something like that." "No, but..." Internally, he thought, "Even though I'm hiding my name in class, you're talking about me." But Haruya held back and lowered his gaze. Then, he asked Sara a simple question. "But why don't you inquire about it, even though you know it's a fake name?" "Because I don't want to pry into Akasaka-san's privacy," Sara explained with an added note. "I thought, instead of actively researching and identifying Akasaka-san, maybe it's better to know by chance, like we did yesterday." Sara was like a dreaming maiden. In her heart, she longed for fateful encounters and romance. While she didn't deny taking action to seize something for herself, she believed that it was better to have opportunities to know things without actively seeking them. So, Sara decided not to investigate Haruya's true identity and believed that an opportunity to know would come to her naturally. Although doubts about Sara lingered, for now, Haruya accepted what she said. After all, Sara hadn't mentioned his real name in class. The fact that she had never done that gave Haruya some relief. Haruya found solace in his lack of presence, his fading shadow. He was saved by his diminished existence. Well then, Akasaki-san. Let's put that aside and have lunch. Himekawa-san, you've really become brighter. Whether it was due to her excellent mood or something else, Sara's impression now was vastly different from the first meeting. Initially, she seemed like a girl lacking confidence, but now she exuded self-assurance. Perhaps it was because of her newfound cheerfulness. So, Sara, with a smile full of confidence, said something unexpected. I think it's because I met Akasaki-san. Looking into Haruya's eyes with full conviction, Sara unintentionally averted her gaze. No matter how you look at it, it's too exaggerated, Haruya thought, but revealing this to Sara would likely result in denial. Therefore, with a wry smile, Haruya managed to divert the conversation. While enjoying Sara's lunch, the conversation naturally shifted to the topic of the exchange event with other classes. Did you have the exchange event with other classes, Akasaki-san? If he were to answer with a simple yes or no, it would be yes. Well, technically, we are in the same class. It would be easier to say that, but Haruya chose to act like he didn't know. Yes, we did, technically. Is that so? It seems like the exchange event with other classes will be in rotation, but it's refreshing, isn't it? That's just like a complete blind date system. Well, I don't really know what a blind date is like, though. With such thoughts in his mind, Haruya casually said something like looking forward to it to cover up his true feelings. In rotation, you might end up with someone from the same class, but that would be annoying, right? Yeah, I totally get it. Hehe, seems like you really empathize with that part. Sara laughed gently, covering her mouth with her hand while shaking her head vigorously. No, mainly because I don't want to end up with Himekawa-san. That's what Haruya thought, but deep down, Sara, despite thinking it's unlikely, couldn't help but have a slight expectation. I hope I can end up with Akasaki-san during the exchange event with other classes. While suppressing a snicker, Sara behaved gracefully, looking at Haruya with a somewhat disappointed expression. Because I won't go along with Himekawa-san's plans, for sure. While silently wishing for it, Haruya continued to nibble on Sara's bento. At that moment, Haruya accidentally spilled the bento, creating a small stain on his school uniform. Are you okay? Please use this tissue. Sorry. Sara quickly pulled out a tissue from her skirt pocket and offered it to Haruya. Accepting it, Haruya sighed internally, feeling flustered about how he couldn't hide his agitation. I must be quite disheartened with my identity being revealed. With that thought in mind, Haruya chose not to dwell on the stain. Section. Now, nearing the end of the afternoon classes, the exchange event with other classes began in the gym. Walking towards the lively gym, Windami, who stood by Haruya's side, whispered something to his ear. Don't mind it, right? Our class is filled with S-class beauties. I didn't ask. There might be cute girls in other classes, but not as much as S-class beauties, you know? But, he said there might be cases where you end up with someone from the same class, right? When Haruya pointed that out, Windami responded with a somewhat interesting expression, forming a half-arc with his mouth. Akasaki is aiming for Himekawa-san, her. Hey, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Besides, we're almost there, so it's better to keep quiet. Yeah, you're right. If you bump into a cute girl, let me know later. Brushing off the unnecessary remark from Fumiya, the group of classmates, including Haruya, arrived at the gymnasium, their destination. Inside the gymnasium, excitement and apprehension filled the air, but naturally, Haruya's feelings had settled. The teacher in charge began explaining the details of the exchange event with other classes. Well, I have no choice but to take it easy. As long as I don't end up with anyone other than Himekawa-san. In conclusion, Haruya's expectations were shattered. The total number of students for the exchange was 4. Whether it was rotation in any direction, as long as he could overcome 4 rounds, it should be fine. Due to the large number of students, the probability of encountering Sara was extremely low. Therefore, Haruya, convinced that there was no way he would end up with Sara, felt relieved. And so, the result unfolded. First person. Haruya ended up with a male student from another class. Seems like his hobby is FPS games. His name was Mii, or something like that. Haruya only remembered being one-sidedly talked about games. It might be frustrating for someone to witness his memory skills, but Haruya didn't have the luxury for that right now. Second person. This time, he was paired with a female student from another class. He only remembers that the conversation was hopelessly dull, and the atmosphere became dead. Sorry for ending up with someone like me. While apologizing in his mind, Haruya breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he didn't end up with Sara. And then, the third person. Once again, he was paired with a female student from another class, and she pointed out the length of his hair. He distinctly remembers her saying, "That's hilarious, really funny." Haruya thought, she's probably just saying that randomly. Finally, the fourth person. When the last rotation arrived, tragedy struck for Haruya. Yes, in the last rotation, the girl he faced was none other than Heimkawa Sara. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sara Heimkawa." "Nice to meet you. My name is Akazaki." While cursing the gods in his heart, Haruya tried to keep his voice low and behaved in a way that Sara couldn't see his face too much. He even used Akazaki instead of Akasaki to add camouflage. However, it was a desperate strategy, to say the least. It was a bit hard to hear because the voice was low, "But you're Akazaki, right? It seems like I haven't been noticed yet." "Yes, that's right. Please. I really want to escape right now without asking, but it's not that simple." Despite sweating nervously, Haruya continues to interact with Sara. "Your hair is really long, Akazaki-san. Do you like long hair?" Well, yeah. Wow, but taking care of long hair must be quite challenging, right? Yeah, it is. And just when they were trying to get through the situation with small talk. That stain. Sara opens her eyes wide, frozen. "Oh, this. I spilled something on the rooftop earlier." Forgetting that he was speaking in a low voice, Haruya was caught off guard. While disgusted with himself for casually answering, his face turns pale. On the other hand, Sara, with wide eyes and trembling lips, is unable to say anything. "Wait. Are we in the same class?" Then, a silent moment between the two. Haruya is in a daze, feeling defeated. It's over, he thinks, dejected. Sara, on the other hand, is blushing and can only look down. But, despite Haruya being lost in his own thoughts, he manages to speak. "No, it's a different person. It's definitely a different person." In response, Sara puffs up her cheeks and leans forward. Well, that's impossible. It was impossible to deceive her this time. That day, an awkward silence lingered between them until the end of the exchange event. Section. Little did I expect we were classmates. It's so embarrassing. After the event, Sara, consumed by embarrassment, practically vanished as soon as the exchange program ended. Back home, she flushed red, throwing herself onto her bed. That boy, Akasaka-san, turned out to be a classmate I never knew. She widened her eyes in disbelief. However, Sara's embarrassment was not just about the revelation of Akasaki's identity. It also stemmed from the fact that she had shared stories about Haruya in class. The concern of him finding out. That was almost like a confession. It's so embarrassing. With her face buried in her pillow and her legs kicking the bed, Sara's inner embarrassment erupted silently. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment attacked Sara one after another. However, strangely, she didn't feel too bad. There was a sense of happiness enveloping her, and Sara couldn't deny that she was increasingly sensing fate. When you think about the sequence of events so far, being rescued by a handsome guy, coincidentally meeting him again, discovering they attend the same high school, and even going on a date with a rising affection level, it felt almost too perfect. Therefore, Sara couldn't help but believe in the concept of fate and found herself unconsciously drawn to Haruya. Sigh. Sara let out a warm breath, saying Haruya's name. Ah, Akasaki-san. Just calling his name made her face flush with embarrassment, but Sara was aware of the happiness enveloping her. There was no doubt now. After learning he was in the same class, Sara acknowledged her feelings for Haruya. The thought of being romantically involved with Haruya made her heart thump loudly. She is filled with an indescribable feeling of elation. Imagining holding hands, being close, and even sharing a kiss. She couldn't help but indulge in these fantasies. However, Sara's blissful feelings were short-lived. Soon after realizing her growing affection for Haruya, her phone vibrated with a low hum. Checking the notification, Sara's shy and joyful feelings instantly froze. It was a message from her father. Just a brief and matter-of-fact sentence. "We've found a potential match for an arranged marriage. I'll contact you when it's time for the meeting." Sara had forgotten about it. No, she had been avoiding thinking about it. In the midst of these enjoyable moments, she had deliberately suppressed the knowledge of being just the daughter of the Heimkoa family. More than that. I am who I am. I've known it from the beginning. Sara felt nauseous at the realization of her own flaws. She had hoped for a fateful encounter despite knowing about the arranged marriage. Even though a marriage arranged for the benefit of the Heimkoa family should be good. Sara chuckled with a self-deprecating smile, alone in her room on the bed. Chapter 3, As Sara Likes It. The next day, a dull grey covered the sky from the morning. Haruya, who arrived at school as usual, pretended to be asleep at his desk, as if trying to block out the sound of the pouring rain. He listened intently, sharpening his awareness to catch the conversations of the S-class beauties as they echoed through the rain. He couldn't help but be curious about Sara's movements. Yesterday, Sara had discovered his true identity. Haruya wondered what actions she would take today. Despite trying not to think about it, he couldn't help but be concerned about Sara. Although Haruya had obtained assurances from Sara not to reveal his identity multiple times, he couldn't fully trust her. Therefore, with a sense of anxiety and impatience, Haruya kept an eye on the movements of the S-class beauties. "Sara-chan, what's wrong? You seem down." "Indeed. Your complexion doesn't look good. Did something happen yesterday?" "Rin-san, Yuna-san, please don't worry. I'm okay." Seeing Sara, who seemed far from okay, Rin and Yuna exchanged puzzled glances. They wanted to be supportive, but Sara's aura clearly conveyed a rejection that they could sense. However, this was an unconscious aura emitted by Sara, and only a few could perceive it. Everyone has things they don't want others to touch. Especially the S-class beauties, who often received special treatment because of their exceptional beauty, were adept at reading the atmosphere. Therefore, they established a clear distance, a definite line not to be crossed, and maintained friendships without intruding into each other's personal space. Rin, who would usually engage in love talk without hesitation, realized from Sara's gloomy state that this topic had become taboo. Apologizing with a simple "I'm sorry," Rin shifted the conversation to a neutral topic. Hey, by the way, that new product from the store near the station we tried the other day was so delicious. Oh, that shop. It's really good." While discussing such topics, Rin and Yuna cautiously observed Sara's reactions. When Sara finally noticed their gazes, she hastily put on a smile, as if trying to cover up her true feelings. "We're friends, you know," Rin muttered casually. "If you're in trouble, Sara-chan, just tell us. We'll support you." "Yeah, we'll support you." Yuna nodded subtly in agreement. In response, Sara momentarily shook her eyes, tightly closed her lips, and then bowed her head. "Thank you very much. But I'm sorry. This is my problem." With a polite yet resolute tone, Sara conveyed her gratitude but made it clear that it was her issue. Feeling helpless, Rin and Yuna tried their best to steer the conversation to other topics. "Is Heimkoa-san okay? Her complexion is clearly not good." She was smiling so much recently, but suddenly, Sara's classmates expressed their concern. Haruya, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't help but express his confusion. What's going on?" he said in a bewildered voice. Sara's lack of energy is one thing, but more than anything, Haruya is at a loss as Sara has completely lost interest in talking about love. Until yesterday, she seemed so happy talking about herself, almost like a toy, making Haruya concerned about her. "Is it possible that she found out my true identity?" That I'm this uncool guy with long, messy bangs? Haruya is tempted to interpret it in a positive way. However, it would still make him sad. One thing is for sure, her mental state is definitely unstable. Yesterday, Sara had such a charming smile. But today, it's clear that something is off. Seeing Sara's unstable mental state, Haruya feels a sense of urgency. There might be a time when my true identity is revealed. Really. Haruya is a worrier. It's such a delicate issue that he has to handle it with extreme caution. It's a matter of life and death for him. Even though there's a promise not to reveal his true identity, it was said by Sara when she was in a stable mental state. Still, Haruya can't feel at ease. Considering Sara's emotional state and her mental instability, it wasn't something he could take lightly. I'm getting more and more anxious, but maybe I should talk to her about this. Haruya decides to seek advice from a certain person. Section. In the early evening of that day, around 6 p.m., the sky was tinted with a faint indigo, and if one were to go outside, the lights of houses and street lamps would stand out prominently. Dressed in a stylish outfit, Haruya visits his favorite cafe. Kohinata, working as a helper, gets permission from the manager to talk with Haruya during her break, still wearing a maid-like costume. "Big brother, what's wrong? It seems like you have something to discuss with me." "Yeah, that's right. I have something to ask you, Kohinata." "Something you want to ask me? What is it?" "Love talk." In response to Kohinata's slightly teasing question, Haruya shakes his head in denial. Then, he looks at her with a serious gaze. "Kohinata, you value trust in relationships a lot, don't you?" "Well, yes." She, who loves herself more than anyone else, is not very trusting of others. She is reluctant to make friends, but she has a few friends whom she genuinely trusts, as Haruya had heard before. Knowing that Kohinata, who usually doesn't trust others easily, has built unwavering trust with her friends. Haruya seeks advice from her. He wants assurance that Sara will never reveal his true identity. After briefly discussing the details, he asks about how to build such a solid trust. Kohinata coolly suggests, "It's easy. Just give the other person an absolute favor." Haruya shivers at her colder tone than he expected. "An absolute favor?" "Yes. Judging from our conversation, is that person someone with a conscientious personality?" "Yeah, I think so." "She has a conscientious personality. If that's the case, giving her a favor when she's in trouble is the key to building trust." "Give her a favor?" "I see. Yes, the quickest way is to help her when she's in trouble." "Well, it would be easier if her struggles were visible." Kohinata smiles wryly as she says this, but Haruya opens his eyes wide. Seeing his reaction, Kohinata asks in surprise, "Wait, is that person in trouble right now?" "Yeah, surprisingly." Locking eyes and nodding at each other, Kohinata pointed her index finger straight towards Haruya, saying, "If that's the case," with a determined look. "I think the key is to help solve that person's problem." Haruya nodded as he listened to Kohinata's words. "But you, with such an honest personality, are facing a problem now, right?" Kohinata responded as if she had some idea about Haruya's situation. "Do you have any idea about it?" Haruya asked, and she nodded right there on the spot. "Yes, actually, I have a few friends who are going through similar things." Kohinata turned to Haruya with a sense of self-reflection. "I thought maybe I could help in some way, but it seems like it's not working." "Is that so?" Feeling a mix of resignation and self-deprecation in her expression, Haruya didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded. But maybe she sensed his hesitation because she shook her head and said, "But my friend's problem is probably something I can't really do anything about. But as for that person, I think he could be like a white knight for her." She wore a gentle smile, and Haruya couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. "That person? I'm not sure, but Kohinata-san, you seem to have hopeful eyes." Though he didn't really understand, Haruya nodded for now and tried to go along with the conversation. "I hope that person does well." "Yes, I hope that person will do their best. Regardless of what I don't understand, do your best, that person." Internally cheering as if it's none of his business, Haruya didn't realize at that moment. That person Kohinata is referring to is none other than Haruya himself. Section. Outside, the night has already fallen. Staring through the window at the deepening darkness of the night sky, Sara continues to blame herself. What am I doing? Today at school, both Rin and Yuna could see through that she's not normal. Despite their concern, Sara pushed them away with harsh words, and even now, she feels disgusted with herself. And, if it had been a clear day today, I couldn't go to the rooftop, but if we had met today. She wonders if she has caused trouble for him again. With such thoughts, Sara's chest tightens. I am Heimkawa's daughter. It can't be helped. With a resigned expression, she sighs lightly. It's not like I lacked confidence. Indeed, Haruya praised her homemade lunch, and during their date, he seemed to enjoy himself. However, Sara wore an expression of resignation and said to herself, it's too late now. I can't allow myself a fateful romance. That's why, on that day, I had that destined encounter with Akasaka-san, and it triggered some sort of filter in me. Unable to have a free-spirited romance, Sara found herself desiring it even more. Such feelings surfaced after her fateful encounter with Haruya. I must have admired it. A fateful. No, to be honest, just a normal sweet romance. With this self-analysis, Sara realized that her feelings seemed to lighten. So, if I can enjoy a normal romance before the arranged marriage, these feelings will surely subside. With this revelation, Sara began listing the romantic things she wanted to experience, thinking of them on the spot. Sneaking home after school, studying together, oh, and I'd like to go to the beach. Sara started to list things she wanted to do in a normal romance. Since the list got too long, she narrowed down the realistic options. Realizing that time was running out. Going home together, studying, and the beach. Maybe. She judged that the first three options were more realistic. I guess there's not much time left, so. The next day during lunch break, Sara immediately sent a message to Haruya. Sorry for bothering you late at night. Can you come to the rooftop during tomorrow's lunch break? I have one last favor to ask. She felt bold about it but knew it was her last chance. Akasaki-san. With a somewhat heartbreaking feeling, Sara mentioned the name of her crush in her heart. Section. The next day during lunch break, Haruya, wearing a wicked smile, headed towards the rooftop. This was because he received a message from Sara the previous night. The content was about having one last favor to ask. Though he hadn't been told the details yet, Haruya was excited about being asked for a favor. Following Kohinata's advice, Haruya heard that if he did a favor, he could be confident that his true identity wouldn't be revealed. To be honest, with Sara's current mental state, Haruya couldn't rule out the possibility of her accidentally revealing his identity. Therefore, he thought that if he heard Sara's last favor and then asked her not to reveal his true identity, it would work out well. Any wish is fine. I have my own plans anyway. Suppressing the emotions he kept inside, Haruya reached the rooftop and prepared to hear Sara's request. Could you listen to my request? In essence, you want me to let you do 3 things that seem like ordinary romantic activities, right? Yes, that's right. I see. The offered list included walking home together, studying together, and going to the beach, 3 activities. These are the 3 wishes. Haruya was taken aback. He expected something more challenging. He thought about asking her to keep his secret in exchange, but he decided it would be more efficient to wait until after hearing Sara's last favor. Looking at Sara's anxious eyes, Haruya uttered a simple got it. In response, Sara's face lit up, and she expressed her gratitude with a thank you very much. It's nothing much. It's just a condition to keep my identity hidden. With a forced smile, Sara bowed respectfully. So, is it okay to start right after school? Yeah, but I don't want it to be too noticeable. Can we wait until our classmates have left? Yes, that's perfectly fine. I had the same intention. And so, after school, Haruya and Sara ended up walking home together. Section. After school. Waiting until the number of students going home settled down, Haruya went to the school gate and waited. Sara hadn't appeared yet, and after about 5 minutes of waiting, she finally showed up. Sorry for keeping you waiting. No, I wasn't really waiting. They exchanged the usual banter, both looking around nervously. Haruya was currently in his disguise, presenting his public persona, or rather, his shadowy side. Hee. You really can't believe that you were the same person. Isn't your hair too long? I think you should cut it. I get told that a lot, but I feel more comfortable this way. Haruya chuckled, and Sara whispered to herself. Well, it's not bad that only I know. With a slight distance from Sara, Haruya started walking ahead, concealing the emotions he kept inside. By the way, my house is in the right direction, but what about Heimkawa-san? Oh, mine is in the same direction, so please don't worry about it. Haruya nodded, and then he and Sara started heading home. Just walking home together with Sara made them stand out. Although they weren't directly stared at, Haruya could spot students from other schools observing them from a distance. Just the act of walking home with a beautiful girl heightened the tension. Sara, watching Haruya's back as he glanced around, felt her heart pounding. Feels like he's protecting me. This isn't bad at all. Sara struggled to suppress a smile that was threatening to break out. In the midst of this, fortunately, Haruya didn't encounter any students from the same school. He breathed a sigh of relief. Walking cautiously, on alert for almost 10 minutes, they finally saw the end of their path where they could relax from the constant watchfulness. At that moment, Sara abruptly stopped. Following Sara's gaze, Haruya noticed a crepe vending truck parked there. Seems like she wants to stop. Haruya, who honestly wanted to go home right away, thought it wouldn't hurt to earn some goodwill. How about having crepes? Haruya suggested, and Sara enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Sure, let's go. Saying that, they moved towards the crepe stand. These are delicious, Yuna. Yeah, this place is surprisingly good. Too bad Sara-chan couldn't come. So, Sara has been seeming like she doesn't want much involvement lately. A voice that sounded vaguely familiar to Haruya reached his ears. Regardless of the conversation's content, he confirmed they were wearing the same high school uniform, and his face twisted in discomfort. Both Sara and Haruya shared the same thought at that moment. Oh no, we need to escape. In a rush, they tried to leave the scene, but... What? Is that Sara? Why is she trying to run away? Yeah, true. And who's that guy with her? I don't know. It seemed they were too slow in their escape. Sara and Haruya exchanged glances. What do we do? Those people are my friends. If we run away here, Heimkawa-san will be in trouble too. I have to figure out a way to bluff our way through. After silently communicating through eye contact, they resigned themselves and headed towards the S-Class Beauties, Yuna and Rin. Who's that guy with you, Sara? Yeah, he seems interesting. Both of them stared at Haruya with intense curiosity. No, they're just classmates from the same class as the S-Class Beauties. Feeling impressed by his own lack of presence, Haruya couldn't help but make that internal comment. But more than that, there was a sense of déjà vu in Yuna and Rin's voices. Still, these two voices sound familiar. As someone who often frequented the cafe where they worked, discussing their shared interest in shoujo manga, these two sounded exactly like those girls. However, considering the possibility of having 3 similar-sounding people in the world, Haruya didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing Sara struggling with how to explain, he scratched the back of his head and replied to the two girls. Well, you see, it's just that. Sara, along with the S-rank beauties, fixed their eyes on Haruya. By chance, we met when I was thinking of buying crepes. Haruya nervously explained, and surprisingly, Yuna and Rin nodded, seemingly satisfied. Managed to bluff through this one. Now, because it felt a bit awkward to let him go home alone when they're in the same school, Haruya ended up sharing crepes with the S-Class Beauties. It might seem like a situation that every guy would envy, but to be honest, Haruya felt completely out of place. Sara-chan, are you really okay now? Yes, I appreciate your concern from yesterday, but I'm fine now. Good to hear. Sara, I'm glad you're okay. After the S-Class Beauties finished their conversation, the next focus shifted to Haruya. By the way, your hair is so long. Don't you think it would be better to cut it? Right, you Rin? Well, I understand what Rin is saying. I won't deny it. Agreeing with Rin's enthusiastic suggestion, Yurin nodded vaguely. I'll consider it. Ha ha ha, sure, take your time thinking. I don't mind either way, but, by the way, the S-class beauties talked to Haruya about this much. Later, the conversation shifted to Sara's story, and with Sara getting better, they transitioned to discussing love. Hey, you over there too, about Sara's story. Don't you think this is a fateful encounter? When the topic of Sara's love story came up, Rin asked Haruya. Please stop. In response, Sara blushed and looked down. Of course, that was expected. Being told it's a fateful encounter right in front of the person involved. Haruya, on the other hand, blushed in embarrassment due to the shame play. Why, you ask? He's amazing, you know. Just hearing about him makes it clear how cool he is. I actually want to see him. That person. I would like to see him too. That person. Direct and cliché compliments came from Rin and Yurin, respectively. Hey, what kind of torture is this? This is way too embarrassing. Both of them blushed and were dyed in embarrassment. On the way home that day, there was silence between them on the way back from the creep shop. They couldn't discuss private matters with the other S-class beauties, Rin and Yurin, present. Then I'll go this way. And when the paths diverged, Haruya and the S-class beauties parted ways. Sara discreetly waved her hand in this direction, making sure the others didn't notice. In response, Haruya nodded slightly and then changed his direction and began walking. While walking alone on the way home, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Sara. Sorry for today, but walking home together felt like a normal and fun date. There were some mishaps though. Haruya, after checking the message, smiled wryly as he replied. Yeah. Well, I enjoyed it too. How about walking home together again next time? Yes. If something like today happens again, that would be nice. Next time, let's focus on studying, okay? Got it. After this brief exchange, Haruya put away his phone. Whether that was really okay, I don't know, but with 2 more to go, I can finally relax after that. Haruya chuckled to himself inwardly. Section. This is a typical problem with integers, but it requires application. Oh, I see. I didn't understand at all. One afternoon, Haruya, who had been asked to study together, was studying with Sara on the rooftop. And now, Sara was explaining in a clear and understandable way about the area Haruya didn't understand. Although Sara's explanation was easy to understand, Haruya noticed something. Himekawa-san. She really pays attention to her surroundings. Haruya didn't appeal that he didn't understand this particular problem. But when he stopped and struggled, Sara explained from the side. Himekawa-san seems to pay attention to her surroundings. Why are you suddenly saying that? No, I just admired it. Thank you. She nodded honestly, and she smiled modestly. They continued to study together, and at a convenient stopping point, the two took a break. Oh, is that Tetris? Yeah, I play it during breaks when I have time. Haruya started the Tetris app and began playing, and Sara commented. Oh, that's where the T-spin is. Sara looks at Haruya's Tetris and a feeling of frustration starts to swirl in her chest. Sara was an experienced Tetris player. She was one of the top players. Oh, I lost. Haruya was defeated by an opponent he was competing against online. Seeing Haruya losing, Sara felt frustration welling up inside her. Maybe, Himekawa-san, would you like to try Tetris? Yes. I can do it. Beginners all say that, but it's quite difficult. Leave it to me. Despite his confident words, Haruya was momentarily bewildered, but wanting to see Sara's skill, he decided to let her play. And the result? No, that's... Haruya was dumbfounded by Sara's lightning-fast movements in Tetris. What? That incomprehensible speed. I feel like I'll never win against her. As he was puzzled by the speed of Sara's Tetris moves, he realized that she had won the first place. Sara silently makes a peace sign and raises the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry for underestimating you. Apologizing in his mind, Haruya listened as Sara conscientiously explained the tricks of Tetris. After you've learned the basic controls, it's all about practice. There are basic patterns, so practice until you can master them completely. Sara's explanation might be the most accurate, but in Haruya's eyes, no, that's the answer of a hardcore player. After that, Haruya closes Tetris for a while and starts a kart racing app, where he competes for rankings by driving a virtual car. Haruya, now behind the wheel, finds it challenging to control the kart by tilting his phone left and right. While Haruya struggles with the controls, Sara, unlike during Tetris, watches the screen with genuine interest. "Wanna try this too?" he asks, and Sara nods eagerly. With a slightly tense expression, this game seems to be her first experience, unlike Tetris. Haruya hands over his phone to Sara, and as she starts playing, she not only uses her hands but also involves her whole body in the gameplay. When she wants to turn right, her whole body shifts to the right. And when she wants to turn left, she moves her entire body to the left. Every time she does this, a pleasant fragrance stimulates Haruya's nose. Her reactions are cute every time. Haruya is surprised to find himself thinking this way. Distracted by Sara's actions, she pouts and asks, "Akasaki-san, is this difficult? Can I try again?" "Yeah, sure." And so begins Sara's kart game. First attempt, she turns her body to the right at the wrong timing for a left turn, causing damage to the car. Second attempt, this time, she turns her body to the left at the wrong timing for a right turn, resulting in a major crash. "Game over" appears on the screen, accompanied by the original clown character laughing and taunting. What's with this clown? The taunting ability of that clown is annoyingly high. This game is known as a difficult one, and the high taunting level of the clown adds to the frustration. "Akasaki-san, it's frustrating. Can I try again? We should probably get back to studying soon. This will be the last time, I promise." "Fine." Haruya almost wants to ask her to move away. Sara's gameplay is distracting, making it hard for him to focus on studying. However, Sara unconsciously grabs the hem of Haruya's clothes and looks up at him with puppy eyes. Is it not allowed? Fine. His true feelings would be a straightforward yes, it's not allowed. However, his current goal is to owe Sara a favor and ensure that she won't reveal his identity. For now, in Haruya's mind, Sara is not just Sara but also Sara-sama, the daughter of a noble family. He must comply with any request she makes. As a result, this clown is really infuriating. Getting frustrated repeatedly, Sara seems like she might throw the phone on the floor when, "Hey, that's my phone." Suddenly, Haruya finds himself using unexpected energy. In the end, the second study session with Sara's request turns into more of a gaming session. After the incident through messages, "Sorry again for this." It turned into a gaming session instead of a study session. Well, if you enjoyed it, that's good. I can't forgive this clown. Frustrated, Sara sends a stamp of an angry rabbit. Since the study session is over, next. The beach, right? Thus, at Sara's last request to go to the beach, Haruya and Sara head towards the sea, taking a train and swaying along the way. Section. Another day after school. In order to fulfill Sara's last request to go to the sea, Haruya and Sara use the train, swaying as they head towards the beach. By the way, Haruya's current appearance is the stylish side, the fashionable look he shows when going out. This is because Sara requested him to dress nicely. Currently, Haruya feels like his Sara's butler, so he refrains from giving any verbal responses. While swaying in the train, Sara whispers something to Haruya in a low voice. "Going like this makes my heart race." Yeah, about the school uniform. Now, Haruya and Sara are wearing the uniform of Aika High School. Apparently, the beach requires wearing the school uniform, according to Sara. Haruya didn't really understand, but it seemed important to Sara. Therefore, not on a holiday but after school, Sara specified going to the beach. Also, the evening sea with the school uniform supposedly looks great. Haruya agreed with her. In the end, about 30 minutes on the train, they walk a little from the station, and finally, they arrive at the beach. The sea stretches endlessly, and the sea breeze is refreshingly pleasant. Wow, it's beautiful. Sara murmurs with admiration, and the surface of the sea reflects the sunset, creating a beautiful boundary that extends far. Haruya, too, is captivated by it, and a smile involuntarily forms on his lips. Then, Sara walks alone towards the sandy beach and looks back at Haruya. Akasaki-san, the sunset is really beautiful. Yeah, it's incredibly beautiful. Responding loudly to Sara's enthusiastic declaration, Haruya also finds himself entranced. Come here, Akasaki-san. It feels so good. Unnoticed, Sara had taken off her shoes and socks, burying her feet in the damp sand. Now, as Sara-sama, Haruya walked towards the sea as instructed by Sara. Approaching Sara, he felt a silent pressure from her. Haruya, like Sara, took off his shoes and socks, burying his feet in the sand and then immersing them in the seawater. Oh, it does feel good. A cool sensation spread throughout his feet. In this warm spring season, Haruya thought it would be even more enjoyable in the summer. Swoosh, swoosh. Enjoying the sound and scenery of the ocean waves, Sara, somewhat fidgety, asked Haruya with a shy demeanor. Upon hearing Sara's voice, Haruya turned around, looking at her. Meeting Haruya's gaze, Sara tightly clenched her fists in front of her chest and earnestly made her request to Haruya. As I mentioned, wanted to experience things like a normal romance. Haruya, without saying much, nodded slightly, urging her to continue. So, I wanted to do things like splashing water on each other or playing tag. Is that okay? Sara earnestly requested this from Haruya. Haruya silently agreed to Sara's request, but internally thought, well, that's quite embarrassing. Fortunately, it was a weekday in the spring at the beach, and there was no one else around, which was a relief. Not knowing how to start their little game, Sara, somewhat embarrassed, began to splash water on Haruya with awkward movements. Haruya found Sara's inexperience endearing and said, "Well done," as he decided to splash water back. Splash, splash, splash. The two enjoyed splashing water on each other, laughing happily. Although internally Haruya was filled with embarrassment, he remained calm and unperturbed, thinking, "Someone, kill me." Objectively, it was the sight of two individuals embracing youth. After finishing their water play, they moved on to playing tag in the sandy beach. Haruya suppressed his embarrassment and played along naturally to avoid looking too forced. Sara seemed satisfied judging by her expressions. After having their share of fun, Haruya and Sara settled down to enjoy the scenery around them. Akasaki-san, thank you so much for everything. Suddenly expressing gratitude, Sara gave Haruya a small, quiet smile. However, Haruya could see various emotions mixed in Sara's eye. Anxiety, fear, self-deprecation, all negative sentiments. Is it over now? Yes, it's enough. I think I was able to enjoy a normal romance. Sara briefly reflected on their time together. At first, you saved me from a pickup, and then we happened to meet again, found out we're in the same class. Looking back, the probability was unbelievable. Sara said, making Haruya realize the incredible odds objectively. I was drawn to the idea of a fateful encounter. That's why I asked Akasaki-san to mimic a normal romance for me. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Sara bowed her head dutifully, expressing gratitude once again. While Sara wore a smile, there was a sense that her expression was somewhat strained. And Akasaki-san, I apologize. Not understanding what she was apologizing for, Haruya silently prompted her to continue. Then, Sara continued in a delicate voice. I had selfish reasons. I deceived Akasaki-san and imposed my own desires. During this time, Sara's gaze never met Haruya's face. Whether it was a sense of guilt or an unsettled state of mind, Sara appeared somewhere uneasy. Haruya decided to express his honest opinion, as she might be misunderstanding something. Thanks, Himekawa-san. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Haruya thanked Sara. Not expecting words of gratitude, Sara widened her eyes but seemed to realize that Haruya wasn't lying and fell silent. Haruya continued. I also somehow, despite various things, managed to enjoy this relationship. Certainly, there were many times when he wanted to escape or found things troublesome, but looking back, those days weren't too bad. With a wry smile, Haruya said, "Thanks for that." Sara bit her lower lip as if in response and then tightly gripped her chest, as if appealing for something. "I have no right to. I don't deserve to be told that," Sara said, her voice trembling. Although on the verge of tears, she forcefully declared, "I acted selfishly, deceiving Akasaka-san and forcing my own circumstances onto you." Sara was on the verge of tears, but she said strongly, "What's going on?" Sara exhaled quietly, her face contorted, and she tightly clenched her shoulders, leaving nail marks on them. "To be honest, I knew that I would have an arranged marriage, that I wouldn't be allowed the freedom of love. Yet, I selfishly pushed all of this onto Akasaki-san." A heavy silence fell. Thinking that Haruya was disappointed in her, Sara either feared his reaction or simply bowed her head. Haruya listened to Sara's story without expressing sympathy, just calmly taking in her words. Eventually, a tear rolled down Sara's cheek. Unbeknownst to him, Sara's body was trembling intensely. "That's why I have no right to receive such warm words. I'm the worst. I'm ugly. I'm despicable. So, please don't thank me," Sara earnestly pleaded. She wiped away her tears while keeping her head bowed. During this vulnerable moment, Haruya caught a glimpse of Sara's ample figure. Despite Sara's confession catching him somewhat off guard, Haruya couldn't bring himself to blame her. At least not when he, too, was in a position of trying to use Sara. "Himekawa-san." When he called her name, Sara's body twitched, and she timidly raised her face. However, her gaze still couldn't meet Haruya's. Even after hearing that, "I can't blame Himekawa-san. After all, I also used a fake name to deceive Himekawa-san." But, still, Sara seemed like she wanted to continue speaking. But there was something she couldn't bring herself to say. Haruya told her with a pained expression, "I understand that Himekawa-san has her reasons. Besides, living in such a strict family and trying to control oneself, that's not something easy to do. At least, I wouldn't be able to endure it. In the tumultuous period of adolescence, having to live a restrained life while surrounded by the freedom of school would be unbearable for Haruya. The only future he could envision for himself was one of rebellion. It's not like you did anything wrong. In a way, Himekawa-san just showed a bit of vulnerability. It's just that. I don't mind, and you shouldn't mind either." Haruya didn't know the details of Sara's family situation. However, he could imagine the image of a traditional and strict household. It might be okay to be a bit spoiled, Haruya thought. But in Sara's case, perhaps she didn't know how to show vulnerability due to growing up in such a strict environment. It seemed like she was mentally struggling. Why are you being so kind? I wouldn't blame Himekawa-san. Besides, if I were a child in Himekawa-san's family, I would definitely turn into a delinquent." So, Haruya couldn't blame her, and he said it with a slightly embarrassed smile. It wasn't a confident statement, but Haruya asserted it. At that moment, Sara couldn't bear it any longer and threw herself at Haruya. She seemed to have lost the strength to pretend to be tough. Why are you like this?" Haruya felt Sara repeatedly hitting his chest. But it didn't hurt at all. Sara, who still seemed to carry a painful emotion, couldn't hold back anymore. "Why? How am I supposed to respond when you speak so kindly to me?" She continued to lightly pound on Haruya's chest. Still, Haruya didn't embrace her, didn't put his hand on her shoulder. He simply accepted it. "If you speak so kindly to me, what should I do?" I was supposed to say goodbye with a smiling face. But I can't even do that. Sara has an arranged meeting scheduled soon. She probably wanted to part ways with a smile. Yet, because of Haruya's kind words, she found herself struggling. Even though she wanted to say goodbye, it seemed increasingly impossible. To be precise, she was starting to dislike the idea of parting ways. Emotions with nowhere to go clashed warmly against Haruya's chest. "I hate this dirty side of myself. So, even though I don't deserve those words from you." Her eyes moistened. Sara tightly grasped Haruya's chest. Once Sara confirmed that she had calmed down, Haruya smiled with a slightly lowered brow. I think it's not true. Since Heimkawa-san has friends who like her just the way she is. Sara's charming smile. Haruya found himself drawn to it. Because of that, he straightforwardly denied Sara's statement. That's not. Sara let her gaze wander, but when she lifted her face, their eyes met. And they stayed connected. Whether there was no lie in Haruya's words or not, Sara blushed and buried her face in Haruya's chest. You're unfair, Akasaki-san. I'm not a guy who can do all that. I'm just not. Yeah. However, Sara smiled faintly and continued. Even so, I can't help but feel happy when you say such kind things to me. With a lingering expression of sorrow, Sara murmured. The smile on her face was not a bright one. Just one step away. To dispel Sara's sorrow, just one step more. The imminent arranged marriage was likely hindering that one step. If I can remove that obstacle, I can owe a favor to Heimkawa-san, and completely revealing my true identity won't be a concern anymore, Haruya thought, boosting his excitement inwardly. About the arranged marriage, I will go to Heimkawa-san's house. What? Upon hearing Haruya's words, Sara seemed taken aback, as if it was an unexpected statement. I'll go to Heimkawa-san's house and stop the arranged marriage. Even if Heimkawa-san's parents are strict, opinions from those around might change things. It's impossible. I've never even talked back to my father. Such selfishness is not allowed. Such selfishness is not allowed. That's true. But even if it's wrong, nothing will change if you don't act. Haruya, with a serious gaze, asked Sara. What does Heimkawa-san want? Do you really want the arranged marriage? I can't really believe that, but my feelings don't matter. I was born into the Heimkawa family. With a weak voice, Sara avoided eye contact with Haruya. What do you really feel, Heimkawa-san? Repeating that question, Haruya continued when Sara bit her lip and tightly gripped her chest. I actually don't want an arranged marriage. I want a free, destined love. After expressing her true feelings, Sara continued. But when faced with my father, I can't do anything. Talking back is out of the question. Sadly, painfully, and while clutching her chest, she continued. But if I'm with Akasaki-san, I might be able to overcome it. With teary eyes, Sara looked straight into Haruya's eyes. So, could you cooperate with me? Even if it's impossible, Haruya wanted to believe. He wanted to rely on it. Such feelings overflowed from Sara's inner self. Without hesitation, Haruya nodded. Let's fight together. Why yes. Haruya saw Sara smile faintly, but deep down, he was secretly amused. If this resolves the issue, we should establish an unshakable trust. With this, I can be completely sure that my true identity won't be exposed. That's how Haruya thought. But that was just one of the honest thoughts within him. He couldn't ignore Sara's plea for help, her eyes weakly pleading. He wished for her liberation from the curse of the arranged marriage. And, well, I want Heimkawa-san to face forward. After all the interactions he had with her, Haruya couldn't treat Sara as just another person. He had seen her kind side, her caring side, and her charming smile. In addition, he wanted her to smile. I might be getting carried away too. The clear sky, the sea, and the tears of a beautiful girl. Surely, these circumstances were shaping Haruya's current emotions. Thus, Haruya decided to convince himself that it was just one aspect of his true self. Chapter 4, Heimkawa-Sara. Several days have passed since the decision to visit Sara's family. Haruya and Sara rode the train, swaying gently as they headed to Sara's family home. Haruya, strangely, felt no tension, but Sara seemed restless and lacked composure. You seem really nervous. Haruya casually nodded to Sara's words. Rather than nervousness, Haruya was curious about the strict and traditional household Sara came from. What does Heimkawa's family home look like? He wondered if it resembled a luxurious mansion of nobility based on his imagination. As he let his thoughts wander, Sara, sitting next to him, spoke up on the train. Yeah, what's up? It might be too late to ask, but why do you treat me so well? It's quite sudden to ask that. Sorry, But I've been curious. After a brief pause, Sara turned her serious gaze towards Haruya. Dealing with someone else's family issues is usually something people don't get involved in. I saw someone in trouble in front of me, so I thought I should help. That's all. With that, a sharp gaze was immediately directed at Haruya from the side. In the case of Akasaki-san, it seems a bit different. Can't you give me a serious answer? Sara asked Haruya without any deception, seemingly seeking a genuine response. Haruya smiles at her, but she is very perceptive. Haruya had worked hard so far to avoid revealing his true identity to Sara, but it would be challenging to speak it out loud. Haruya, with a wry smile, acknowledged Sara's keen intuition. It's very important to face your family. Sara did not interrupt this time. That means she is silently urging to go on. I'm a bit like Heimkawa-san in that sense. A bit distant from my family. He spoke with a self-mocking tone, shrugging his shoulders. Though he didn't want to dwell on his middle school days, Haruya had his reasons for living alone now. Skipping the details, Haruya continued. I can't face forward yet, but I wanted Heimkawa-san, who is dealing with similar family issues, to face forward. After saying just that, Sara, quietly swaying her hair, asked in a subdued manner. That's why Akasaki-san, with your long hair and behavior in class, is connected to that. Right. Haruya, feeling uncomfortable but understanding Sara's firm assertion, nodded in silence. Sensing Haruya's reluctance to discuss further details, Sara didn't press the matter any further. The room was silent for a few seconds, then clank, clunk, clank, clunk. After a few seconds of silence, Sara muttered softly, In that case, I have to do my best. To help Akasaki-san face forward. Sara smiled, showing her teeth, seemingly unshaken. Haruya felt a slight tremor in her body. Whether Sara had realized she was a bit scared internally or not, she continued, trying to explain herself. I really understand. What I'm going to do from now on is a bit selfish. And the person introduced through the arranged marriage will probably be a good person. But deep down, your true feelings are different, right? Yes, so I'll do my best. Thank you for talking to me. Sara bowed politely, and after confirming that, Haruya scratched the back of his head uncomfortably, avoiding her pure and innocent eyes. Section. After another 30 minutes on the train, Haruya and Sara finally reached Sara's family home. A majestic gate stood proudly in front of a traditional Japanese mansion. It exuded a robust and dignified presence. Haruya, still captivated by the appearance of Sara's family home, watched as Sara walked to the entrance and rang the intercom. A person resembling a servant, dressed in a traditional kimono, politely greeted Haruya and Sara. Welcome back, Miss Sara. Your father has matters to attend to today. After bowing to Sara, the person frowned and glanced at Haruya. Ah, I see. Haruya nodded understandingly, and a gentle smile was directed at him. What does this mean? As Haruya looked bewildered, Sara explained to the person who seemed like a servant. We came today for my father's business. I understand. I'll prepare for the master then. Thank you. Saying so, Sara turned back to Haruya. Was that a servant or something? Yes, a member of the staff. They've been working in the Heimkawa family for many years. Sara casually mentioned it, leaving Haruya surprised. Then, unexpectedly, a voice came from the intercom with only one sentence. Preparations are complete, please enter. It was the voice of a servant just now. Sara and Haruya exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Well then, shall we go in promptly? Ah, yeah. Sara takes a deep breath, repeating the process a few times next to Haruya. From her attitude, it's evident that Sara is quite nervous. As the door opens, Haruya is first surprised by the spaciousness of Sara's family home. It's almost like an inn. You could probably play hide and seek here. Glancing around while following Sara, she suddenly stops in front of a large sliding door. Here, Sara declares with a somewhat nervous voice. When Haruya nods silently, Sara tentatively addresses the door as if approaching it with caution. Sorry to intrude. Father. Sara, come in. A dignified voice resonates from behind the sliding door. Even just from the voice, Haruya senses an imposing presence and involuntarily swallows. Slowly opening the door and entering, Sara, while avoiding eye contact with her father, steps into the room. Haruya follows and gently closes the door behind them. In the traditional Japanese-style mansion, the most important person is sitting in the center of the tatami room with his arms crossed. To put it bluntly, he looks like a stern, intimidating uncle, Haruya silently evaluates. Sara's father, with a sharp and penetrating gaze, first directs it towards Sara and then smoothly shifts it towards Haruya. Furrowing his brows, Sara's father questions Haruya. And who might this be? Although he asks politely, his intimidating appearance makes Haruya naturally tense. Unconsciously, his face tightens, and Haruya realizes he's holding his breath. Just as Sara hesitates to explain Haruya's background, Haruya speaks first. I'm Haruya Akasaki, a friend of Himekawa-san. Sara widens her eyes in surprise, but Sara's father calmly mutters, I see. Maintaining a strict gaze on both of them, Sara's father continues to question Haruya. So, what business does Sara's friend have with me? A penetrating gaze is fixed on Haruya. Haruya straightens his spine, exhales quietly, and answers. I'm here to listen to Himekawa-san's concerns. No, I'm here to discuss the arranged marriage. Satisfied with Haruya's words, Sara's father lets out a small sigh and places his hand on his forehead. Indeed, you must have come here to understand Sara's feelings. But you see, Akasaki-kun, this is a matter for the Himekawa family. It has nothing to do with you. So, shall I ask you to leave? Sara's father, who seems to have grasped everything, glares sternly at Haruya. Haruya, though feeling a bit overwhelmed, maintained composure and continued to look directly into the other's eyes. Regardless, it does concern me. I've been watching Himekawa-san struggling, so it's not unrelated. Giving a somewhat diplomatic response, Haruya noticed Sara's father exhaling softly. Certainly, it's understandable for friends to worry. However, Akasaki-kun, it's a parent's responsibility to firmly guide their child onto the right path. Let's say we decide not to proceed with Sara's arranged meeting. Even so, what assurance is there that Sara won't fall for a bad guy? Can she discern whether a man is good or bad? No, she probably can't. It's visible that she could be deceived by a bad adult. But if I choose her partner, it won't be like that. I'll only arrange a meeting with someone trustworthy. Can you guarantee that Sara, who can't even think for herself and express her thoughts, won't fall for a bad guy? Haruya found some validity in Sara's father's statement, and he hesitated for a moment. The truth was, Haruya knew firsthand about Sara's somewhat blind approach to love. Her father's remarks seemed reasonable given the circumstances. Unable to find the right words, Haruya was about to stay silent when, unexpectedly, Sara grabbed the hem of his shirt. It's okay now. Enough. Sara weakly shook her head, wearing an expression of resignation. Observing Sara's expression, her father continued. That's how it is. She can't speak for herself, can't make the right judgments. She lacks charm. It's a girl like Sara. It's the natural duty of a parent to guide their daughter onto the right path. Haruya, who had been momentarily tongue-tied, started to glare at Sara's father with a determined look. Oh, what's with that attitude? Akasaki-kun. A little while ago, you mentioned lacking charm. Ah, yes. Indeed. A small child who can't make correct judgments on their own. No charm at all. In fact, I've never seen Sara with any friends so far. Haruya took Sara's father's words and confronted him head-on without hesitation. Certainly, Himekawa-san has some reckless and naive aspects. I understand the concern about her being risky in romance. But, I can't agree with your recent statement. What? Sara's father's stern face twisted a little and a quizzical look appeared on his face. Haruya, with a serious expression slightly distorted, met Sara's father's puzzled look head-on as he responded. A girl lacking charm? There's no way that's true. His almost angry voice resonated heavily in the room. He didn't quite understand it himself. However, hearing Sara being belittled as lacking charm bothered him. Decisively, Haruya continued. Haimkoa-san is attentive and considerate of others. She has a caring heart. Yet, for you, her parent, to say she's a girl lacking charm, that's just not right. Haruya was probably bringing in his own family background when saying such things. Sara's father, astonished, found himself taken aback by Haruya's unexpectedly passionate words. After a moment, Sara's father cleared his throat and spoke. I see. Akasaki-kun really cares about Sara. I was wrong to say she lacks charm. Sara. I'm sorry, I should apologize for that. Sara's father apologized with a gentle tone, bowing slightly. However, Sara is still a girl who can't speak up for herself. Isn't that right? I don't think so. Then why hasn't Sara tried to speak up until now? Moreover, from my perspective, it seems like she's relying on you for everything, Akasaki-kun. Even if Haruya said something, convincing her father would be difficult if Sara couldn't speak for herself. Haruya fell silent, realizing this. However, giving up wasn't an option. Haruya gently placed his hand on Sara's back, choosing to believe in her. Sara looked up with a surprised expression, meeting Haruya's eyes. It's okay, it's okay. Haruya sent warm eyes full of trust to her. Section. I have to say it, I have to say it. Sara clenched her fists tightly, repeating these words to herself. She had never interfered or answered back to her father, and her body unconsciously tensed. It seemed impossible to speak out loud as she wished. Her father's words and Haruya's words didn't seem to register at all. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and her heart pounded heavily. I can't say what I want to say. Such a foolish thought left Sara dumbfounded in her own disbelief. She keenly felt her own weakness. Time seemed to pass slowly, with the sensation of it flowing leisurely. I'm really useless, right? Originally, Sara had always been like this in front of her father. Her adoptive father had saved her, an orphan with nowhere to go. Since then, Sara had decided to live for the Haimkoa family. Therefore, no matter how unpleasant things were, Sara had diligently followed her father's instructions. Rebellion was out of the question. Sara had grown up in the Haimkoa household without ever answering back. Sara was afraid of being ungrateful to the Haimkoa family that had saved her. Let's give up. Accept the marriage proposal. There's no other choice. She had endured and overcome unpleasant things before. Sara tried to convince herself to give up. But, suddenly, she recalled the day she met Haruya. Since that day, Sara's world had started to change color. Feelings she didn't know, feelings she had hidden, overflowed despite her efforts to keep them in check. It was the feeling of falling in love. Having tasted the sweetness of fateful romance, Sara now struggled in agony. For me, the Haimkoa family. Squeezing her eyes shut, Sara remembered Haruya's words that flashed in her mind. But, that's not what you truly feel, right? Let's fight together. I think it's amazing because it's Haimkoa-san, not just because she's the daughter of the Haimkoa family. Those were the warm words spoken by Haruya. Ah, you really make it so easy to resolve my worries. Even though she had thought of giving up, Haruya wouldn't allow it. Sara felt that Haruya's voice demanded a response. She wasn't alone now. Haruya was by her side. To make that clear, Haruya's warm and large hand rested on her back. It's okay, it's okay. She felt as if he was encouraging her. Then, Haruya looked at Sara calmly, and Sara responded to Haruya's calm gaze. No. In a delicate voice, Sara naturally spoke up as she felt Haruya's presence. Looking firmly into her adoptive father's eyes without turning away, Sara continued. Once Sara breaks out of her shell, she does not stop. I always thought I shouldn't oppose father's opinions. So, I've never gone against father's opinions or suggestions until now. But, father, I'm sorry, father. I know you were thinking of me and wanted to arrange a marriage. But Pausing there, she then flashed an even more charming smile. Actually want to enjoy a more fate-filled romance than anyone else. That smile was the most attractive and human-like smile Haruya had seen from her. Upon receiving Sara's charming smile and words, Sara's father was left dumbfounded. Haruya, too, was frozen, but eventually, Sara's father showed a faint smile. It seemed as if he had secretly wished for this outcome, his expression calm and serene. "Oh, I see. You decided to express your opinion." Confirming this with his eyes lowered, Sara's adoptive father continued. "So, you spoke your mind, knowing you would be denied. Knowing you would trouble me. I see." Satisfied, Sara's father nodded several times. "Well, if you say that much, there's nothing to be done." Introducing Sara in such a state would affect the honor of the Heimkower family. With a gentle smile, Sara's father directed an admiring gaze at Sara. "Do as you like. If Sara wants that, then so be it." "Yes." Responding with a pounding heart to her adoptive father's words, Sara answered with a radiant smile. Now, it seemed that the issue at hand had been resolved, and Haruya was about to leave for home. At that moment, Sara's father's attention shifted to Haruya. "Akasaki-kun, it's a bit early, but you should have a meal before heading home." No, it's fine. No need to be reserved. You came all the way here using the train. I must show some hospitality." Following Sara's father's request, Sara also pleaded with Haruya. "Please, from me as well. I'll help with cooking." Unable to easily refuse their requests, Haruya reluctantly said, "Well, I'll take you up on that." Thus, the Heimkower family and Haruya ended up having a meal together. Section. After Sara went with the maid to prepare the meal, Haruya and Sara's father were left waiting in a spacious Japanese-style room until they could eat. An awkward and heavy atmosphere dominated the space. Oh no. Looking closely, this person's face is still scary. Although Haruya had bravely expressed his opinions earlier, he was now sweating internally, feeling a chill. I shouted almost like I was yelling. Now it's even more awkward. As Haruya tried to straighten up, Sara's father suddenly asked him a strange question, looking at him as if appraising him. "By the way, Akasaki-kun, do you have affection for Sara?" Haruya almost burst out laughing but managed to restrain himself. Then, looking directly into the other's eyes, Haruya replied, "Friends, I guess." The questioning tone was because Haruya, too, couldn't find the right words to easily express his relationship with Sara. "I see. Well, if it's hard to say, it can't be helped." Even so, Sara's father said while wearing a gentle smile. Perhaps he interpreted Haruya's statement as being embarrassed about his affectionate feelings. Though Haruya tilted his head, Sara's father continued, "If you like, I'd like you to support Sara by her side. I've never seen Sara's smile like that before, thanks to you." "Is that so?" "Oh yes, I'm sure Sara changed because you were there. And I keenly felt that I'm a useless father. I couldn't believe that Sara would express her opinions even when she knew she would be denied and cause me trouble." "I see." Sara's father turned back, as if reflecting on the past, and then spoke in a self-deprecating manner. "Since I adopted Sara as my daughter, she was determined to live for the sake of the Heimkower family more than anyone else. So, she diligently fulfilled my requests without a word of complaint. Yet, I labeled her as a child who couldn't express her opinions. I even tried to force her into an arranged marriage to avoid being deceived by a bad man. Sara has grown splendidly, despite my misconceptions." It seemed Sara's father regretted treating her like a small child. But, I'm sure Heimkower-san won't blame her father. I've heard a few things about the house from Heimkower-san. None of them were blaming statements about her father. Well, if it were me, I'd probably rebel right away. Haruya, internally burdened with thoughts that weren't anything to be proud of, nodded in agreement. "But, I believe she can change from now on." "Yeah, she'll surely change from now on." Then, when Haruya met Sara's father, he wore a gentle smile. "By the way, Akasaki-kun, did you not find Sara's smile adorable earlier?" Seeing Sara's father asking with a delighted expression, Haruya couldn't help but think, "Oh, this person doesn't seem scary at all now. Just a father who loves his daughter." His image of Sara's father crumbled, and he was on the verge of laughing. Although Haruya found Sara's smile from earlier charming, he decided to brush it off casually to avoid complications. Section. About an hour passed, and dishes started to be served on the dining table. Drawn by the delicious aroma, Haruya and Sara's foster father moved from the large tatami room to the dining table. Once all the dishes were prepared, Sara took a seat facing Haruya. Itadakimasu. With the pre-meal greeting, Haruya started savoring the food. Sara's foster father, the servant, Sara, and Haruya, all four sat around the dining table. It was quite an unusual combination. The dishes presented were all Japanese, perfectly matching the atmosphere of the mansion. The flavors were rich and delightful, a feast for the taste buds. Haruya particularly enjoyed the agedashi tofu among the various dishes. Sara's father seemed to notice Haruya's reaction to the food. This agedashi tofu was made by Sara herself. She often makes it. With a gentle smile, Sara's father stared at Haruya. Is that so? But this agedashi tofu is really delicious. Oh ho ho. Shall we instill the principles of the Heimkoa family? Akasaki-san. This time, the servant, with a strange smile, looked at Haruya. Seeing Haruya's wry smile, Sara's father, nodding, instructed the servant. That might be a good idea. Yes, sir. The servant, after smiling at Sara's father's kind eyes, turned his gaze back to Haruya. Well. That might be a bit much. He looks at Sara, who is sitting across from him, and she. Wait, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm not at all. Her face was bright red, but she didn't seem to be satisfied. Looking at Sara on the opposite side, who blushed but didn't seem entirely displeased, Haruya sighed. Section. Then, after the meal was served, after enjoying the feast, despite the reluctance, Haruya decided to leave, as he had school the next day. It seemed Sara, too, preferred to return to her lodgings rather than staying overnight at her family's house, anticipating an early morning. I'm glad we could have a proper conversation with your father today. Well then, I'll be going home with Akasaki-san. Thank you for everything. It was a great meal. With farewells and being seen off by Sara's father and the servant, Sara and Haruya started their journey home. And at that moment, feel free to come back anytime. Both Sara and Akasaki-kun should feel at home, naturally. Well, I'm good for now. Haruya's honest feelings, though, couldn't be expressed, and he just nodded. After that, Haruya and Sara took the train back home. In the train, both were silent. Leaning against the wall, Haruya and Sara were close to each other. Perhaps due to the many salarymen returning home on time, the train on the way back was more crowded than the one they took earlier. Haruya and Sara couldn't find seats. Clank, clunk, clank, clunk. As the train swayed, both Haruya and Sara felt embarrassed. The reason was simple. Haruya had pushed Sara to the wall and positioned himself with his hand near her face. A stance prepared against potential harassers to protect Sara. Well, this is quite embarrassing. Haruya couldn't help but repeatedly sigh internally. On the other hand, Sara, with a strangely feverish gaze, was staring blankly at Haruya. Thump, thump. Along with the painful feeling in her chest, she became aware that her body was warming up. He's protecting me. Akasaki-san. As she reflected on the situation, a childlike smile naturally appeared on Sara's face. Really? How much do I need to express my gratitude to Akasaki-san? Looking back on everything, Sara's cheeks blossomed. Well, I need to convey my gratitude. But how? However, mere words might not convey sincerity. Sara, contemplating how to express her gratitude to Haruya, continued to think on the train. On the other hand, Haruya, feeling embarrassed, pondered. When should I get Sara to acknowledge my true identity? And, to avoid getting into an awkward situation, he reaffirmed his original goal in his mind. Well, the train was. Sorry, I was in that position for so long. No. After getting off the train at the nearest station, Haruya called out to Sara. Is your leg okay? If you need to rest a bit, I'll gladly accompany you. I appreciate your concern. Thank you, but I'm fine. And, you really helped me earlier. The incident referred to is undoubtedly when Haruya took a stance to protect Sara from harassment. With a smile on her face, Sara inwardly thinks, thank you very much. Oh, shall we head back then? Why yes. Sara answers with a slightly trembling voice to Haruya's words. Watching Haruya's back as he moves forward, Sara becomes convinced that the warmth within her chest won't fade away. Heimkawa-san. On the way back from the station, walking side by side on the riverbank path, Haruya finally gathers his courage to speak to Sara. Why yes. Sara replies, straightening her spine with a slight tremor. Apologizing to Sara with a somewhat apologetic expression, Haruya clasps his hands together and makes a request. Heimkawa-san, I have a favor to ask. Haruya's hidden purpose. He feels a surge of excitement as he believes that with the family issue resolved, he has earned considerable favor. If he can get Sara to promise not to reveal his identity, there's almost no risk of his true self being exposed in class. Thinking this way, Haruya asks Sara, "Ask anything, so please go ahead." Despite her face still being red, Sara encourages Haruya enthusiastically. Smiling wryly at the effectiveness of earning favor, Haruya says, "I don't want to stand out in class, you see. Can you promise not to reveal my identity?" Upon hearing Haruya's words, Sara's eyes widened, and she froze for a moment. Then, she turned her puzzled gaze toward him and spoke. "I think you said something similar before." "Yeah, I did. But I wanted you to reconfirm your determination now." Sara tilted her head for a moment but then raised her hand again, making a solemn vow. "Yes, I understand. I swear. Thank you." Internally, Haruya couldn't help but chuckle. With this, he was almost certain that Sara, with her honest personality, wouldn't expose his true identity. Excuse me, Mr. Akasaki. There's some dust on your shoulder. May I brush it off?" Blushing, Sara asked, even though her face was already red from earlier. Haruya, caught up in the joy of achieving his goal. That is why didn't find the abrupt and unnatural request suspicious. Sure. As he bent down to allow her, in that moment, a soft sensation briefly touched his cheek. Without understanding what had happened, Haruya's mind went blank. "This is a thank you for everything so far." Blushing deeply, Sara hastily said, "Well then," and walked away with light footsteps. Left alone in that spot, Haruya could only remain dumbfounded for a while. His cheek still felt the gentle touch, and Haruya hung his head in bewilderment. What was that? Experiencing this sensation for the first time, Haruya unintentionally feels his face heat up. Sara, who was reserved and spoke very little on the train and especially on the way back, was likely struggling with this issue. A kiss on the cheek as a gesture of gratitude, perhaps. But when was the right timing? Throughout the way back, especially on the train, Sara was likely grappling with this dilemma. Now, on to the next day. The weather today is unbelievably clear, with not a single cloud in the sky. It's a perfect, clear day. When Haruya finally arrives at school, feeling relieved, and takes his seat, he overhears the conversation of the S-rank beauties. "Sara-chan, you seem so energetic today. What happened?" "Yeah, your vibe is totally different from usual." With a natural and radiant expression, Sara talks with Rin and Yuna. Her complexion is healthy, and her expression is more lively than ever. Seeing Sara like this, Rin jokingly inquires, "Oh, could it be that you've tasted the flavor of love?" Normally, Sara would weakly deny at this point, but, "Yes, I've fallen in love." Sara, more charming than usual, confesses with an extra dazzling smile. Taken aback, both Yuna and Rin are left speechless, and Rin, with a hint of jokingly, presses Sara for details. "Oh, did you fall in love? Tell us more." Some classmates, too, are watching with bated breath to see what's happening. "Fufu, it's a secret. Because it's embarrassing." Saying so, Sara winks at Haruya, pretending to be asleep at his desk. Feeling a bit dumbfounded, Haruya pretends not to notice, and some classmates are left shocked by Sara's wink, showing excitement. "Hey, just now. Did Sara-chan just wink at me?" "No, it was me." "No, it was me for sure. You don't get it. It was obviously me." And so, in a mysterious turn of events, the male students compete, claiming, "I'm the one." Amidst this, Kazumaya, a male student from the back seat, pats Haruya's shoulder. Haruya lifted his heavy body and turned towards Kazumaya. What's up this time? Hey, Akasaki, what do you think about that change in Haimkawa-san? What do I think? Well, her smile is quite charming, isn't it? She used to be so down, and now it's like a lie. I'm convinced that whoever Haimkawa-san fell in love with must be amazing. Amazing? While trying to hide his embarrassment, Haruya asked Kazumaya. Yeah, because even from my perspective, it seemed like Haimkawa-san was struggling with the arranged marriage issue. And he's the guy who resolved it, right? Definitely someone extraordinary. In response to Kazumaya's words, Haruya answered with a serious gaze. That's not it. Haimkawa-san overcame it herself. Kazumaya's face tensed up. So, Akasaki can make that kind of face. Unconsciously, it seemed that his facial muscles had relaxed. Haruya immediately averted his gaze from Kazumaya, embarrassed by the situation, but Kazumaya persistently pressed on. Hey, but why did you make such an expression? Annoying. Your eyes are full of holes. Oh, isn't that too harsh? Haruya fluttered his hand in an exaggerated manner, dismissing Kazumaya's overly dramatic behavior. At that moment, the conversation of the S-rank beauties reached Haruya's ears. But the guy who changed Sara-chan so much is definitely intriguing. Yeah, I'm curious too. That's right, Yuna. Well then, let's organize it a bit. I remember his distinctive features, like saving from a pickup. Rin started going over Haruya's story with Yuna while looking back on what happened. Wait. Hey, aren't I still the topic of the S-class beauties after all? Inwardly, Haruya let out a pathetic sigh. Section. In my life so far, I never thought I would come to know love. Since childhood, even when I made friends, they were always talking about love stories. I didn't envy them, but still, I couldn't help feeling different from the other kids, always left behind and lonely. I've been taught since childhood that I'm special and different from other kids. As I grew up, being raised in a privileged family provided me with an environment to strive. As a result, I devoted myself to various pursuits such as academics, sports, martial arts, music, and achieved excellent records. There were tough times in the process, but I'm full of gratitude toward my adoptive father. Living for the Haimkawa family, that became my creed, and I lived that way, avoiding going against my adoptive father. But, when I entered high school, a turning point came unexpectedly. That was when I met Haruya Akasaki. With a fateful meeting, I unconsciously began to think about him. Gradually, as we interacted, I became aware of my feelings for him, but I forgot about it. I consciously avoided thinking about it. That I am the daughter of the Haimkawa family, and that I live for the Haimkawa family. Surely, it's just because of the fateful encounter that my feelings are throbbing, and it's just a temporary emotion. If I do something like a normal romantic relationship, these feelings will subside. So, I told myself that. Yes, this is the last time. With that determination, I planned to say goodbye to Akasaki-san. However, the conversation took a direction that betrayed my wishes. Not only did Akasaki-san say the words I wanted to hear, but he also resolved my concerns. Honestly, it's annoying. Because he exists, I was able to speak up against my father. But despite myself, this intense feeling of liking him continued to swell within me. I want to continue this relationship with him as much as possible. And so, such feelings began to expand within me. Akasaki-san. In the empty room, lying on the bed, I spoke his name. Just as Akasaki-san had found me and helped me. Now, I found myself wanting to help Akasaki-san. In my mind, I pictured Akasaki-san at his school. In other words, his hidden, shadowy side. I like Akasaki-san. Sara threw those words at her pillow. But, she didn't have the courage to say those words directly to Akasaki-san. However, it seemed impossible to keep these overflowing intense feelings within her. So, it's okay to talk to Yuna-san and Rin-san about these feelings, right? Since Akasaki-san was always lying on his desk, Sara realized that he probably didn't hear her. Therefore, Sara felt comfortable talking to Yuna and Rin about it. It seems like an indirect confession, but Sara is naturally filled with a sense of excitement when she talks about her love. When the day comes for Haruya's problems to be resolved, and Sara can express her feelings, that will be the time. At that moment, I'll properly tell him that I like him face to face. So, until then, she won't mention Akasaki's name in the classroom. Let her have some girl talk with her friends. Blushing, Sara had a radiant smile on her face. Afterward, nice to meet you. I'm the author, Kanatsu Wakioka. This piece was originally written as a romantic comedy, and I remember consciously writing with the mindset of, just make it comical and enjoyable. Ignoring realism, I wrote it recklessly, doing whatever I wanted, laughs. In this story, Sara took the lead, but how was it? Sara is cute. An angel. If you think she's cute even though she's a bit eccentric, the author will cry with joy, laughs. Regarding the other two heroines, I think they will be explored more in the following chapters. I would like to express my gratitude here. Now, I hope to see you again soon. End of Volume 1.